Good morning, class. I'm Susan. I'm a trainer of the British Council for International Exams, as well as competitive sectors. And we are going to discuss the verbal ability or the English section of the NDA exam, which was yesterday. And a feedback which I got from most of the students is that it was comparatively an easy paper. But at the same time, it would be good to have a thorough discussion of it. And if there are any queries, you are free to contact in the given numbers. So let's start the session. I'll be sharing the screen of the question paper and we'll discuss accordingly. Just give me a second to share the screen. So we are discussing the part A onwards. I hope the screen is visible enough. We'll be discussing each questions, going through the options. And if you have any queries, you can definitely use the chat box. So the first question, this question paper is the C booklet. The first question, part A, is of synonyms, and as per the direction given, each item in the session consists of a sentence with an underlined word followed by 4 words, that is A, B, C, and D. So 4 options will be given, and your task is to select the option which is nearest in meaning. So understand that is the key note there, nearest in meaning. So though the title is given as synonyms, it is not necessary that the words given can be 101% an appropriate synonym there, but it is somewhere nearest in meaning to the synonym of that particular word. So that is the clue, or that is the tip of this particular session. And that is where we can gain marks, because when we go through the options, as we see, as we start the discussion part, when we go through the options, we can find that among all the 4 options given, there will be one word or one option which is nearest in meaning to the question. But just because it is nearest in meaning, it may not mean that it is a pure synonym. So that is what we should have in mind when we tackle this exam. And just because it is not a pure synonym doesn't mean that that is the wrong answer. If you find that that is a synonym, or that has a similar meaning, and or in other words, that is a word or that is an option which is nearest in meaning to the given word. So nearest in meaning to a synonym, then you can select that as an option. I hope the instruction is clear enough. And you are expected to select the option that is nearest in meaning to the underlined word and mark your response in the answer sheet accordingly. Question number 1. He is essentially a lowbrow person. The options given are coarse, proud, passionate, pathetic. So essentially a lowbrow person, obviously we know the brow on our forehead actually denotes, or the way we hold our brow, there are so many gestures, there are so many facial expressions. For example, if we raise our brow, it could be a questioning look. If we frown, if we bring the brows together, it's a frowning look. So it's a non-verbal communication which can successfully be conveyed through the brows. So if you essentially say that a person is a low brow person, could mean that this person is of a low profile. He's keeping a low profile. So that could be the synonym. And since that word is not given here, then we have to go for a word which is nearest in meaning to a one with a low profile. So we've got coarse here. Coarse could mean rough, which doesn't actually suit the context. Proud, of course, is positive in sense or is an antonym of this particular word. Passionate also could mean you're too much involved. A passionate person will always be in the forefront, will never hang behind, or will never be an introvert. So passionate also cannot be counted there. Then you have pathetic. So though pathetic may not be an exact meaning of lowbrow person, among the given options, the one nearest in meaning to the meaning of lowbrow is pathetic. So we could go for the option D. I hope that's clear enough. Now let's move on to the next question. That is second one. His nostalgia is deep. So I'm sure that all of you who are listening to me know the meaning of the word nostalgia. So a kind of homesickness, a kind of longingness for the past. All this, it's a word which has got a broad sense of meaning. So when you say that his nostalgia is deep, you have to go for the meaning which is nearest to the word nostalgia. And the options given are excitement, longing, happiness, ability. Excitement, longing, happiness, and ability. And obviously, as I have marked, longing would be the best option. Then truancy. A truant. Truancy is obviously one who cuts classes, one who escapes from classes, one who doesn't do his homework properly, one who runs away from class and goes and plays. All these, though not very negative, but obviously a person who tries to run away from his or her responsibilities can be called a truant. And his truancy is detrimental. So obviously his absenteeism or being absent from a class is detrimental. Loyalty won't work there. Integrity obviously doesn't work there. Honesty also doesn't work there. So we could go for absenteeism. Next one is maleficent person. He is a maleficent person. We've got generous, cunning, criminal, and friendly there. So obviously, we have to go for some kind of a negative shade. And criminal is a too negative shade. So then among the given options, B would be a better choice. Moving on to question number 5, his solemnity is celebrated. To be solemn, the word solemn is like to be very calm, to be very pious, okay, and to be very serious and serene. Those are the meanings of the word solemn, to be a solemn person or the solemnity. All these things together could be brought in the meaning solemnity. So his solemnity is to be celebrated. Could mean definitely not greed, definitely not desire, definitely trust is a positive meaning, but that is not there. Trust is only, as I just mentioned, solemnity is a kind of a, what do you call it, a nutshell of all the positive virtues, such as what I mentioned, his composure, serenity, trust, of course. You cannot, you feel like trusting a person of that nature. So the best option here, or the one which is nearest among the options, could be dignity. Trust also can be included, but you cannot, it doesn't, on its own, it cannot be used as a synonym for solemn. Whereas dignity is an, what do you call it, an all-inclusive term for every virtue which is included in solemnity. And hence, dignity could be selected as one best option or nearest in meaning to the given synonym. Moving on to question number 6. Okay, now question number 6, his bounty is limitless. So if you're just taking as, before I proceed, I just want you to understand that when you learn English, one thing which you have to understand is that there are two meanings for almost every word in English. And if you're trying to analyze those two meanings, or you're trying to classify those two meanings, you could bring them under two headings known as lexical meaning as well as contextual meaning. So the synonyms could be more based on the lexical meaning or based on the context as per the situation's demand. Okay, so here in a different context, his bounty is limitless could mean reward or something, because it can be, if you're checking the dictionary, sometimes that might be the meaning that you're going to come across. But in this particular sentence, his reward is limitless. Though it makes sense, it is not included among the given options. So A goes for benevolence, B goes for gallantry, C goes for nepotism and chivalry. So actually it's a combination of all this. But when you check the dictionary, as the word meaning is more closer to reward, then we could go for, though there's a small change there. Gallantry also is right, but sometimes they might officially give benevolence also as a key, because that is also not wrong. So some of the questions we are yet to see what the exam board is going to select as the final answer. So though gallantry is right, benevolence also has got almost an equal shade of meaning. So let us wait and see which will be selected as the final answer. Now moving on to the 7th one, the Holocaust. All of us know the Holocaust and its terror, and we have heard so many stories about it. The Holocaust was experienced by millions, and obviously that is still the greatest tragedy, or the greatest, tragedy of man's negativity. And it is not a celebration. There was nothing constructed from that. It is not a celebration, so we can eliminate A. It was not at all constructive. There was nothing good out of it. And so we could safely eliminate C. And definitely it was one of the most pathetic, goriest picture which marked history. So we cannot call it anywhere near to beautiful. It was so much the most ugly thing of history, which history has ever recorded. And so, eliminating all those options, we could be left with distraction. The Holocaust, we can go for option B, that is distraction. Now coming on to the 8th one, his aversion is known to all. Without looking at the options, now what is the meaning of the word aversion? Aversion obviously is negativity, hatred, dislike. All these meanings come together in the word aversion. I feel a kind of aversion for something means that you're so full of hatred and kind of dislike for something that sometimes you might not even look at that side. That is aversion, a hatred of an extreme kind. So that person who has got an aversion will never be hospitable. So hospitality can be deleted there. And obviously, if you are averse towards something, it will reflect on your face, your mannerisms, everything. And so humility also can be eliminated. And a person whose aversion is known to all, so that person is obviously making a big scene of it. And that person cannot pretend to be humble before others, because if you're humble before to others, you ought to hide your own emotions to a certain extent. And this person is not doing it. And so obviously the best option among the given 4 is hostility. Hostile, adjectival form. Hostility, noun form. Now coming on to question number 9. To be able to decipher something is wonderful. To be able to decipher something is wonderful. Okay, so obviously we know that, for instance, if we have a mysterious language or a sign language or a code language, we might need an interpretation of our own. We might have to, use our own methods of interpreting it. And those interpretations can be known as deciphers. For instance, the cave encryptions of the old eras. In GK and history and all, you'll be learning that in detail. So those were the not exactly manuscripts. They were more cave inscriptions. They were deciphered, or they were kind of transferred to a particular new script, which could be read by the modern age or those who are literate. So to decipher something means to decode. Okay, to encode is to what do you call it, to mark it. Simulate is a kind of imitation, but here it is not an imitation, or nothing is referred to as an imitation or a what do you call it, a photocopying, or nothing of that kind is mentioned here. Animate also is not exactly the meaning here. So among the 4 options, we could definitely select decode. Now, option 10, this is the opportune time to think about the investment in the real estate sector. So from the context itself, even if we don't know any of the meanings of these 4 ones given, we could substitute it one by one and see whether it is good enough. So it is honorary time. Obviously, that doesn't suit there. It is difficult time to think about the investment in the real estate sector. So nobody is going to put to invest something when things are difficult. So we cannot go for C. Then it is an unsuitable time to think about the investment. So obviously, no one is going to invest something in an unsuitable time. Hence, option B would be selected as the best option. Now moving on to the next one, sporting of errors. Now coming to spotting of errors, one thing which we have to understand is that you should have a thorough grammatical awareness in order to detect the error and in order to correct it on your own. So that is one main thing about spotting of errors. So it is not just necessary that you ought to spot the error, but you have to know, or you should have the thorough awareness of how you can correct that error. Then only the spotting of error. You may just have to mention which the error is or where it lies. But in order to detect that, you should have a thorough knowledge of the complete construction of sentence in a grammatically accurate manner, and then only you will be able to find the proper answer. So before we proceed, let's come back to that option. I hope the screen is visible now. I hope it's visible now. Now moving on to spotting of errors. As per the directions, each item in this session has a sentence with 3 underlined parts labeled as A, B, C, sorry for that. Has 3 underlined parts labeled A, B, C, A, B, C. Read each sentence to find whether there is any error in any underlined part. Indicate your response in the answer sheet against the corresponding letter. That is, if the error lies in part A, you have to mark it as A. If it lies in part B, then you have to mark it as part B. And if the error lies in the C part, then you have to put C as the answer. If you find no error, then your response has to be indicated as D. I'm sure those of you who have already attempted it would find it really easy. But among the crowd who are listening, there might be a few who are getting ready to attempt to go for the next try. And for those, be very careful. You have to read the instructions properly. And as I told you, identify the error by understanding or by restructuring the sentence in a proper grammatical manner. So let's come to the first one of this set, that is question number 11. Nursery classes for the children starts on April every year. Nursery classes for the children starts on April every year. Now, a humble request to all of you who are listening to me, you could just note down a small rhyme like say. See, if you just draw a box on a sheet of paper in front of you and just write down on a day, on a date, in a year, in a month. On a day, on a date, in a year, in a month. Then this problem is solved. So April is a month. So you've got on a day, April is not a day. On a date, April is not a date. In a year, April is not a year. In a month. In a month. Okay? So that is where the error lies. And the error is on April, which is wrong. You have to substitute that by, or you have to take away the on and replace it with in April every year. Nursery classes for the children starts in April every year. So that is C. Now coming to option question number 12. The pollution level is very high in our city and becomes a health hazard. The pollution level is very high in our city and becomes a health hazard. The pollution level is very high in our city. So that is a present tense. That is the situation now. And keeping that into consideration, you are taking the past aspect. Because of that, the present situation is that there is a health hazard. So there is a past action with the effect in the present. So when you have a past action and the effect of that past action reflecting in the present tense, you have to go for the present perfect tense. So you ought to rewrite it as the pollution level is very high in our city and has become a health hazard. Okay, I hope that explanation is clear enough. Now let's move on to question number 13. Question number 13. India is a country of linguistic and cultural diversity with multiple ethnic and social groups. India is a country of linguistic and cultural diversity with multiple ethnic and social groups. So obviously, when you read it itself, you can understand. So all of the students who are listening to me, please, one small tip which I can tell you is read it aloud in your mind. Obviously, you cannot read it aloud in the examination hall, but you train yourself to read the questions aloud in your mind. Silent, loud reading. So when you read it and you hear it, obviously, if there is an error, that would strike. You may not be able to know. Sometimes you might not be able to identify what the error is, but at least you will be able to find out that there's something missing there. Those of you who are very good drivers, who drive vehicles, they can understand. They, when they drive a smooth driving, if there is a small miss there, they can detect it. Sometimes it might be a change in the sound. Sometimes it might be a small jerk or whatever. So those who are very good in driving, they will be able to detect a small error in the engine or anywhere while they are driving. So likewise, if you're very good in your communication skills in English, even if you don't know grammar in a proper manner, like you may not know what is the error, you will be able to get through these type of exams because they're not asking you to identify the error. There are some questions which are asking you to identify what type of error it is. But for questions like this, if you know, if you have a proper skill or communication skill in English, you will be able to identify that there is an error and the error lies in this particular part. Sometimes you may not be able to identify what type of error it is, but you'll be able to know that there is an error. That itself will give you good marks. Now moving on to question number 14. What does the lapse rate affect the tendency of air to? Why does the lapse rate affect the tendency of air to rise? See, why does the lapse rate, look at this word, it is affect the tendency. Now, affect the tendency means effect is a noun form. So you cannot say affect the tendency, you have to use a verb form here. So instead of effect, you have to change the effect to affect and write it as, why does the lapse rate affect the tendency of air to rise? So the answer lies in part B. Now question number 15. The thorax is the upper part of your body from the neck down to the bottom of the ribs and the diaphragm. So apparently there are no grave errors there. The thorax is the upper part of your body from the neck down to the bottom of the ribs and the diaphragm. So at one reading, there is no error. But if ever they are insisting, or when the original key is released, if there is an error, the only possible error is they may say that you need a the diaphragm. That is all. But that's not a very good clue there. Otherwise, apparently, it seems that there is no error. Okay, now moving on to question number 16. So all these, one thing you have to understand is that this is a discussion part where you people are also thinking about the various options, but definitely whoever has set the question paper has the key with them. So that will be the ultimate final deciding factor. So we are following our logical reasoning skills and trying to find out or trying to guess that this is it. Because one thing again and again, I'm telling you, for English, especially in questions like this, there is no 101% right answer, especially for questions like this, because there can be a good, a correct answer and there can be a nearly correct answer. So you have got the option for opting for both. And whichever has been decided is the key by the exam board will finally get the score. So keep that also in mind when we are discussing the answers. Question number 16. The practical uses of astrology have seldom been seriously studied outside India. So they're talking about the uses. Though astrology is singular, the subject is practical uses. And since it is practical uses have seldom been is correct. And so there is no error. Then question number, sorry. Question number 17. She collected some armful of medicines and poured them down the drain. Okay, so she collected. It's very apparent that you will never say some armful. That is wrong. So she collected an armful. You've got an arm and you fill your arm with medicine, or you fill your fist with medicine. Okay, so an armful of medicines and got rid of it. An armful of medicine and got rid of it. Okay, then question number 18. In many countries, the United Nations or other internationally organized peacekeeping forces are trying to keep the peace. In many countries, the United Nations or other internationally organized peacekeeping forces are trying to keep the peace. Here, though it has initially been marked as no error, there is one more error which has to be taken note of. So that is the peace. The piece is not required there. So D need not be taken as the error lies in the piece. You do not need the piece there. So instead of the piece, you can just go for peace, because peace is a general term for peace everywhere. So you can strike off that the and go for peace. Okay. Next is question number 19. Early cities rely on food and water from the surrounding countryside, but today cities often depend on distant sources. Early cities rely on food and water from the surrounding countryside, but today cities often depend on distant sources. There are two possibilities here. Either this early cities, instead of saying early cities, you can say earlier cities, then would be appropriate to add a used to. Earlier cities used to rely on food, and since used to is not given, we can ignore that small error as a minute error. Let's leave it there. And earlier cities are, or you can make it earlier. And again, you should should have been a past tense. So rely on food and water from the surrounding country. Today, cities often depend on distant sources. There are two possibilities of actions which can be suggested. Again, note the point that I'm just saying it as suggestions. Not that they are grave errors, but suggestion is. But either you can make it as but today and then put a comma here. Cities often depend on distant sources. Or, but today's city often depends on distant sources. So if there is an error, then that error would be in the C part. Or else you can go for no error. If there is an error, it would be in the C part, which is not a very grave error. It is just a matter of a punctuation. So if they consider that as a major error, then C would be the option. If not, they will go for D. Okay, now coming to question number 24. Climate change, whether it is natural or human induced, is stressful for the people. Climate change, whether it is natural or human induced, is stressful for the people. That is question number 1920, question number 20. So climate change, whether it is natural or human induced, is stressful for people can do. You don't have to go for the people. So again, there we have a small, what do you call it, a small question to ask, which could be taken as a graver error. So if you're taking C as the error, then there is no need for the people there because the country has not been specified. Climatic change is stressful for all people all around the world. And they're not particularizing any region. But if the region was particularized, then the people would have been okay. Since the region has not been particularized, you can just leave it as people. So C could be selected as an error. If not, they'll go for D. Then let's come to the section that is antonyms. So as we all know, antonym is the opposite in meaning. And opposite in meaning in the sense you have to substitute an opposite word on your own and then only move on to the next word. Okay. So each item each of the following items, each item in this section consists of a sentence with an underlined word followed by 4 options, that is A, B, C, and D. Select the option that is opposite in meaning to the underlined word and mark your response in the answer sheet accordingly. So question number 1, his opinion is lopsided. The options given are partial, crooked, unequal, balanced. 22, his work is praiseworthy. The options given are admirable, condemnable, commendable, and creditable. Now coming to question number 21, his opinion is lopsided. Now lopsided, obviously, you can understand. For instance, all of you might remember drawing the amoeba, the cell. Okay, amoeba is a unicellular organism. So I'm very sure that all of you remember how to draw the amoeba. And whenever we draw the amoeba, we always make sure you're not drawing it as a circle. So somewhere or other, we will leave a tail kind of structure. And the fun part is we can draw it anyway because it doesn't have a shape. And that itself is its characteristic feature. It doesn't have a balance. It doesn't have a shape. Okay. So to be shapeless, to don't have a balancing is known as lopesiding, where one side might be long, the other side might be short. One side might be thick, the other side might be thin. Okay, where there is a proper imbalance, you call that as lopsided. So his opinion is lopsided means it's not at all a trustworthy opinion. So you say that such a person is stepping on 2 boats at the same time. So a loop-sided person will never have a straight stand and say that, yeah, this is my opinion and I stand firm of it. No. Once the situation changes, he will keep on changing his opinion. So that is not at all a trustworthy person. So his opinion is lopsided means his opinion is not balanced. That is the word. We have to go for the opposite word. So here, partial is one correction, but it is not imbalanced. Crooked is there, but that is the meaning of lopsided, not straight. Unequal is also not straight. Partial is also not straight. So partial, crooked, and unequal all mean to be having a favoritism on one side, to be having weightage on one side, or imbalanced. So the opposite of that is balanced, and hence we go for D as the key. Now, question number 22. His work is praiseworthy. So praiseworthy, obviously, something which is worthy of praise. So the opposite would be something which is not worthy of praise. So these things, without looking at the options, we should have an idea of these in our mind. So his work is not worthy of praise. So it is not admirable. Admirable is the meaning of praiseworthy. Commendable is the meaning of praiseworthy. Okay, creditable, credulous, creditable, all these are positive in meanings. So condemnable, condemned, okay, something which can be pointed fingers at. You condemn a person means you hate a person, you are pointing out, or you are in the lookout for the negative qualities of that person. So that's what is known as condemnable. Okay, so B can be selected as the option. Now coming to 23, his deeds had retrograde results. His deeds had retrograde results. So retrograde is to go back, to retreat. So his deeds had some results which were going back. That is negative. When you go back on a result, that is a negative thing. So retreat is also going back. Reverse is also turning or going back. And the only meaning which does not, the word which does not mean going back is progressive, go ahead. So we can select A as the correct option. Now moving on to question number 24. He often offers palatable solutions. Now palatable solutions means something which is, if you're just thinking about taste, so the food was so palatable, the food was so tasty, was so interesting, was so good for the tongue. So that is palatable, or agreeable. Agreeable to our digestive system, agreeable to our appetite. That is palatable. So he often offers agreeable solutions. So agreeable, we have acceptable is not agreeable. Agreeable obviously is the meaning. Pleasant is also a positive meaning. So we have got acceptable, agreeable, and pleasant as positive words or agreeing words, or in other words, you call them as synonyms. So among these four options, it is only unacceptable, which is the antonym. Now moving on to question number 25. His views on the subject are microscopic. His views on the subject are microscopic. So obviously that's very clear. Microscopic is very minute, where you have to use what do you call it, a kind of an external help, or you have to zoom it in order to see it properly. So very, very minute. So his views on the subject are very minute. Okay. So minute obviously is given there as a meaning. Precise also, microscopic results would give you a precise result. It's also, microscopic results are also very fine. Even the minutest, even the most delicate aspect can be seen through a microscope. So microscopic could mean minute, precise, and fine. All these are meanings for microscopics. Then the other one is broad-based. Broad-based means you are seeing things in a very general manner. A microscopic view is an analytical view. You go into the deep meanings of something. You always have an inquisitive mind to go deeper and deeper to any situation or any aspect of life. So his views on this subject of microscopic means he likes to go deeper and deeper and tries to find out even the minutest detail. Whereas some other people, they will just have a general concept or a general study of things and they go for it. They don't go into the deeper things. Both have got its positives and negatives. Those who go deeper and deeper intensively will find it very difficult to come across satisfying conclusions because they'll always be fault finding. They'll always be fault finding. Whereas those who have got a broad, that is the negative thing of microscopic. Positive thing is they will definitely even they will be able to solve a problem when it arises much because they are foreseeing the problems also when they become microscopic. The other one, to be more broad minded, to be more generalist, they'll be more forgiving in nature and they won't have that analytical critical mind. They will accept things as they are. And the negative thing is that since they're very broad-minded, sometimes they may not be able to foresee the negative aspects when it happens. Okay, now coming to 26. He is always obdurable in his behavior towards others. He is callous, is very rough. He's insensitive, and he's obnoxious. All these three options are kind of very negative in behavior. Whereas flexible is he's quite adjusting in his behavior. So we can go for option A. Mohan always has profound respect for Sohan. So profound, the meaning of the word profound itself is deep. Profound respect, it means deep respect. So deep is already given there. The synonym is given there. And profound respect is also extreme respect, maximum respect. And deep, maximum respect obviously will be sincere. So the first three options are kind of substitute for the word profound. That is deep, extreme, and sincere are substitutes for those words. So here the antonym can be taken as option D, that is superficial. Now coming to question number 28. Question number 28. We are living in turbulent times. We are living in turbulent times as per 28. Okay, so turbulent obviously is disturbed, very much stormy, very much disturbed. So we are living in turbulent times means destructive times, that which is unstable, that which is stormy. Those are turbulence. Turbulence. Those of you who have taken a flight, you can understand, especially for long distance flights, it might undergo turbulence. So there will be a lot of jerking and all that. That's when they'll be asking us to keep our seatbelts on, and they won't permit us even to use the bathroom, the washroom. So if there is an extra turbulence, and especially it happens on stormy days where the flight goes and hits the, what do you call it, the pit holes, or due to the pressure difference, there'll be a lot of turbulence. Okay, and it might be pretty disturbing also. So we also know what is happening. We are going through a very turbulent period, full of all around the world. We have this extremely dangerous pandemic. We are all attacked with it. And in addition, almost everywhere, especially in India, we have been attacked. The southern part of India is definitely undergoing a turbulent climatic disasters. Northern part, we are facing the aftermath of our own deeds in terms of pollution. So everywhere we find that there is lot and lot of problems, lots and lots of troubles, and those troubles, problematic periods, all these things together could be referred to as turbulent. So we are living in turbulent times means we are living in distractive, unstable, stormy times. So the opposite for that is calm. And hence C can be taken as the answer for question number 28. Now coming to question number 29. Amit is a dogmatic person. A dogmatic person is a man of principles, a man of morals, a man of values, okay, who strictly follows, who strictly adheres to those principles and the theories and such things. So if you say Amit is a dogmatic person, that person is a very rigid person, a very bold person, a very assertive person, and obviously amenable, kind of flexible person. You have that in another question also. Okay. Now we come to question number 30. Sachin is very fickle-minded in his behavior, or fickle-natured in his behavior. So fickle-minded is, the meaning of that word is not at all steady, keeps on wavering from one to the other. That is what is known as a fickle-minded personality, a personality which doesn't have a strong stand. Okay, that is a fickle-minded personality. So that person could be, we find that that person might be having an ulterior motive. So they're often capricious, they're often kind of negative in meaning. So all the others, capricious, mercurial, vacillating, indecisive, all these things are kind of negative, have got a negative tinge. Whereas a firm personality, a person who stands firm to his words and who stands firm with his behavior is known as a stable character. So A can be taken as an antonym for question number 30. Now coming on to the ordering of words in a sentence. Now the ordering of words in a sentence. Each of the following items in the section consists of a sentence, the part of which has been jumbled. So the total order has been jumbled up and the parts have been labeled as P, Q, R, and S. Given below each sentence are 4 options, namely A, B, C, and D. And you're required or you're requested to rearrange the jumble part of the sentence and mark the response as per the options. Okay, so the entire order is jumbled up and there are various arrangements which are given as option A, option B, option C, and option D. So you ought to check which could be the best option and go for it. And there are 2 ways of doing it. If you're confident in your grammar, then you don't even have to check the options. You just have to rearrange the sentence, write the answer, and just check whether the answer is given among the options. And if it is given, just tick it. That is it. But for that, your grammar ought to be accurate. If you have a grammatical accuracy in your communication and in your writing skills, then this section you can score full marks. The other way is, suppose your grammar is not that confident or you're not that much familiarized with the grammatical aspect of the question. And some questions sometimes might be pretty confusing. So for those type of questions, what you have to do is leave it for the last section in the first place because it is a bit time consuming. And the second thing which you can do is, in case you don't have an answer of your own or you're completely blank about the answers, then you can replace or you could try to substitute this arrangement in the sentence. So read it and find out whether it sounds right. And if it sounds right, there also you should be having a basic accuracy. Otherwise, you will go wrong with your guessing. And if that sounds right, then definitely you'll be able to get the answer correct. So question number 31, you've got symbolic of peace and prosperity. The Gupta Empire in India is represented through numerical, archaeological, and literary evidences of multiple kinds. So that is the question which is given there. And the correct option is the first option, that is QPRS. If you go for that, the sentence can be rewritten, the jumbled up sentence can be rewritten or rearranged as going for Q. The Gupta Empire in India is P, symbolic of peace and prosperity, are represented through numismatical, archaeological, S, archaeological and literary evidences of multiple kinds. So it would be the Gupta Empire in India is symbolic of peace and prosperity, represented through numismatic, archaeological, and literary evidence of multiple kinds. So that's 31. Now moving on to 32. The transportation system, P, and not just the affluent action of society, Q, provides mobility to everyone. R, there are many ways to restructure, S. So rearranging it, you have the best option could be C, that is SPRQ. So when you rearrange it, it becomes there are many ways to restructure S, the transportation system, so that it R provides mobility to everyone and not just the affluent section of society. I repeat, there are many ways to restructure the transportation system so that it provides mobility to everyone and not just the affluent section of society. I hope that's clear enough. Sorry. Question number 33. And accurately displays spatial relationships between landforms and water bodies. The globe shows Earth's spherical shape and comparative sorry for that. The globe shows Earth's spherical shape and comparative distance between locations. So that is the given option. And the correct sequence among the given sequence can be RPQS. So if it is RPQS, then the sentence will be the globe, that is B, option B. The globe shows Earth's spherical shape and accurately displays spatial relationship Q between landforms and water bodies and comparative distance between locations. So option B can be selected as the answer. Now coming to the next question, that is question number 34. The functions of the capillaries P, the other materials to all the cells in Q, is to take the nutrients oxygen, R, the body, and to take away their their waste material, that is S. This is the question given. And among the sequence, the best option could be the first one, that is PRQS. Now let's arrange it, substitute it, and see how it looks like. So if we go for P, the function of the capillaries, R is to take nutrients, that is oxygen, Q, and other materials to all the cells in the body and to take away their waste material. So I hope that makes sense. Now moving on to question number 35. Like mine, even to someone with a tin ear, her singing sounded pretty melodious. So this is pretty confusing, but among the given options, 35, we could go for D, though it is a bit confusing when you look at the other ones. D could be a best option, and you can make it as even to someone with a tin ear, or you can even start with her singing sounded pretty melodious, even to someone like even to someone with a tin ear like mine. That is S Q R P. SQRP. But unfortunately, SQRP is not given. So then you cannot start with like mine. You cannot start with R, a tin ear. You cannot start with S, that is, her singing sounded pretty melodious. You can start with it, but the given arrangement, that is C, the next one is SP. Her singing sounded pretty melodious like mine. That is a bit awkward. You don't usually use that in a sentence. So the best choice is go for D, that is QRPS, and then the sentence would be even to someone with a tin ear R, like mine P, her singing sounded pretty melodious, that is S. Now moving on to question number 36. The sorry state of affairs in the modern factories, the government of India under the British was pro-capitalist, though it took some half-hearted steps to mitigate. The correct sequence can be QRSP. So QRSP is the government of India under the British was pro-capitalist, though it took some half-hearted steps to mitigate the sorry state of affairs in the modern factories. That is 36. Now 37. Of extreme poverty among the people, economic policies were the prevalence, a major characteristic of British rule in India and the net result of British. So we have here the best choice could be RSQP, which makes the sentence a major characteristic of British rule in India and the net result of British. A major characteristic of British rule in India and the net result of British economic policies was the prevalence of extreme poverty among its people. So that is option C, RSQP. Moving on to question number 38. You can't judge, very intelligent, but a book by its cover, he doesn't look. Those are the given options. And the correct arrangement could be S, he doesn't look. Q, very intelligent, but P, you can't judge art, a book, by its cover. So, reading it together, it sounds, he doesn't look very intelligent, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Now, moving on to question number 39. Membership and partisanship, as well as Q, can be found in the decline in party. R, evidence of a crisis in party politics. S, in the rise of anti-party groups and movements. These are the options given, and the correct sequence can be the first one, that is RQPS, and putting it into application, the sentence would read as evidence of a crisis in party politics. Q, can be found in the decline in party. P, party membership and partisanship, as well as S, in the rise of anti-party groups and movements. So together it will read as evidence of a crisis in party politics can be found in the decline in party membership and partisanship, as well as in the rise of anti-party groups and movements. Question number 40. Government, market, and voluntary organizations, mixture of contribution from the provision of public goods and services can be regarded as a complex. The correct sequence could be RSQP. So it would read as the provision of public goods and services, S, can be regarded as a complex. Q, mixture of contributions from government, market, and voluntary organization. I repeat, the provision of public goods and services can be regarded as a complex mixture of contributions from government, market, and voluntary organizations. Moving on to question number 41. Now 41, it's idioms and phrases. And as per the directions you have given below are some idioms and phrases followed by 4 alternative meanings for each. You have to choose the most appropriate answer from among the options, that is A, B, C, or D. You have to choose the most appropriate answer from the given options, A, B, C, or D. Now, question number 41, once over can mean to do something very quickly, okay, to do something very quickly, rather than doing elaborately, to do something perforce, to do something for others. So the best option could be to do something very quickly. Then question number 42, a bag of bonds. A bag of bonds, obviously, you can say that if you come across some people who are very weak, you can say that you can see their bones, their skeleton is so visible. So that does not apply to an extremely fat person. Wealthy person is supposed to be spick and span, so may not be having it. A healthy person will be fit. They may be thin, but will be fit. And you can never say that it's a bag of bones, not skinny. But a bag of bones could refer to an extremely thin person where you can see the skeleton, including the rib cage. Okay, now muddy the waters. Talking about muddy the waters. Muddy the waters means to spread dirt around, to make a solution easy, to make one's life happy, to make the situation complicated. So muddy the matters, the waters can mean to spread the dirt around, but you can, if there is a pool, you can just put your feet in, and without spreading the water, you can make it dirty. So that is muddy the water. So that need not be option A, though option A sounds right. It could be to make the situation more and more complicated. A situation which is very clear, you can very easily go and create a problem there and make the entire situation difficult or complicated. Then option 44, to level with means to be honest, to be on a plane, to cheat someone, or to take revenge. To come to a level with means, there are two meanings. To come, it's like kind of tit for tat. Somebody takes revenge on you, you take revenge back on that person, and you are at the same level. Okay, so basically it is a revenge taking, but it can also be to be on an equal basis. That also can come as the answer. Then show your hand could mean to reveal yourself, to reveal about whatever you have in mind. Okay, to tell people about the past doesn't apply there. There can be a confusion between B and D. To tell people about the future and to tell people about your plans. If B was to tell people about your future, then B would have been the right choice. But since this question is just giving the future, future can denote anybody's future. And hence, keeping that in mind, D seems to be a better choice. So we can go with D. Now, coming to question number 46. To pull up could mean to control oneself, there can be a confusion there. Two options can come in as right, that is B and C. To heavyweight, to lift heavyweight is wrong, to too short of destination, that's also, you can delete it. But then we have a small confusion or a small tie between to check oneself and to shorten the distance. So if the exam board has got to pull up, to think of a person who is totally desperate, very emotional, then to pull up could mean to compose oneself. To compose oneself and control one's feeling, or to check oneself. That could be one way of explaining B. Then if you're taking C as the answer, it could be to shorten the distance, in the sense to reduce, to pull up. Okay, so if there is a what do you call it, an aim to be achieved, then you pull up means you're giving up, you're on the verge of giving up from achieving your aim. Then you pull up means you rev yourself up and you shorten the distance between yourself and your aim. So in that context, you can go for C, that is to shorten the distance. And in the other context, if the context is giving you another impression of a person who is very much emotional and is trying to keep his composure, then you have to go for B. So that is it. One thing, this is one peculiarity about the English language. Almost 2 or 3 options can come right, and there you have to understand. So that's now we'll just wait for which they're going to select as the key, and we can reason out this is the reason why they have gone for this option. Okay, so contextually both the options are right. It's only when the key comes that we can interpret it accordingly. Now, moving on to question number 47. Be out of action means be out of action to get punishment, to get a reward, to become dysfunctional, to become super active. So here we can go for to become dysfunctional, to be out of action. A person who is in action is now out of action to become dysfunctional. All the other option doesn't go with it, so we can go for that. Now coming to question number 48, learning from the school of hard notes. We have learning things from experience, learning things from others, learning things from environment, learning things through difficult experiments. So learning from the school of hard knocks could mean learning things through difficult experiences. All the other options sound inappropriate here. Now question number 49, raise some hackles. Raise some hackles can mean to annoy, to make a person angry, or happy, to do a great task, to sit idle. So here, the best options could be to raise some hackles can be to annoy a person. So hackles are always barriers or something which creates a hurdle from achieving one's goal. So a person who wants to stop a person from achieving that goal can put a barrier which could end up in irritating that person. That is why to annoy can be taken as a, and definitely it is not to make a person happy or to do a great task. Okay, it is to annoy someone. Now the last question, a man of letters obviously is an excellent artist, a scholar in literature, an outstanding sportsman, a non-novelist. And here, among the given options, we can definitely go for a scholar of literature is a man of letters. So compared to other question papers, this was a very easy paper. And hopefully, majority of the students must have done it well. And I'm very sure that your achievement also might have been really good. If you have any doubts in the given options, uh, you can definitely clarify it. And please make sure that you are, in case you are approaching for another competitive exam, make sure that you read the options carefully and please do emphasize on the points which we have discussed in class. And thank you very much for this opportunity. And I hope and pray that you will definitely come out with flying colors and achieve your dreams. And I hope, as I tell all the batches, we are all hoping to have a wonderful record of ambitious aspirants. Thank you so much for your kind attention and all the best. God bless.
Hi students, hello, can you hear me? Hello. Okay, so I'm going to discuss NDA 2021 Maths paper, NDA 2 2021 Maths paper set A. Mine is set A. So first question is like here. What of sin inverse 3 by 5 plus cot inverse 3 by 2. Cot inverse 3 by 2. So one way of doing this, then convert this to also what? Cot inverse or tan inverse, right? So this is sin inverse 3 by 5. Here cot inverse 3 by 2. Cot inverse 3 by 2. So one way of doing this is like you convert this to what? Sin inverse, this will become sin inverse 3 by 2, right? So this will become 2 by root 30. And you can go ahead. That's the one way of doing this. Like convert this to what? What? Sin inverse. Or you can do one thing, convert this to tan inverse or cot inverse. Both we can do. Both we can do. Okay, so fine. So I'm going to convert this to what? Cot of sin inverse Or you can do like this also. See, this will become, see, this will become cot of, this I can write what? Tan inverse 3 by 5, 3 by 4, and this will become tan inverse 2 by 3. Now you can apply formula of tan inverse A plus tan inverse B. This will be tan inverse A plus B divided by 1 minus AB. So you are going to get here, if you use this formula, you will be getting tan inverse 3 by 4 plus tan inverse 2 by 3. So sorry, this will become tan inverse here 3 by 4 plus 2 by 3 divided by 1 minus 3 by 4 into 2 by 3. So tan inverse here LCM will be 12, 9 plus 8 divided by 1 minus 8 here. 3 cancel. 1 minus 1 by 2. This will become 1 by 2. Okay, so this become tan inverse how much? 17 by 12 into 2. So tan inverse 17 by 6. So nothing but cot inverse what? 6 by 17. So this I can write what? Cot inverse. See, tan inverse is what? This is local of cot inverse. So this will become 6 by 17. So 6 by 17. That's it. Okay. Okay, fine. This is the, so option is, so first option is what? First option is A. Set A, NDA 2 2021 maths. First option set A is what? A is the first option. Okay. Similarly, let's go to second option. Second question. See, 4 sin square x equal to 3. That means what? Sin inverse x sin square x equal to what? Sin square x is equal to 3 by 4. X lies between 0 to pi. That means you have to take only positive value. So I can take sin x equal to what? Root 3 by 2. Because x lies between 0 to pi. So I have to take only positive value. So I am taking only positive. Otherwise, I would have got both the answer plus minus root 3 by 2. So this will become okay. So x equal to, this implies x is equal to what? X can have, I can have what? Pi by 3, right? Or 2 pi by 3. So tan of 3x means what? Tan of 3 into pi by 3 or tan of 3 into 2 pi by 3. So what will you get? Tan pi or tan of 2 pi. Both cases you will get value 0. So second option C is correct. Second option C is correct. Second option is what? C. Question number 2. Okay, fine. Next, PQ and 3B respectively the first, third, and fifth term of an AP, and D be the common difference in product PQ is minimum. What then? What is the value of D? See, I can write here PQ and 3 bar are in AP, right? So what I can say, let's say D is a common difference. I can write what? Q is equal to P plus 2D, right? Likewise, I can write this one. 3 is the fifth term. So 3 is equal to, right? Q plus 2D, right? 3. Because Q is the third term, right? Okay, or you can write 3 plus 4D. Both are same, 3 plus 4D. Fine. So from here, what is the value of P you are getting? This is question number 3. So P is equal to P, from here we will get, see here. Here P is equal to 3 minus 4D. and here Q is equal to 3 minus 4D plus 2D. So we will be getting 3 minus 2D. So PQ is equal to 3 minus 4D into 3 minus 2D. So 9 minus 12 minus 12D minus 6D plus 8D square. Right? Now, in order to, this has to be minimum. Differentiate this, right? D by differentiate this, right? For minimum, you have to differentiate with respect to D. If you are differentiating, what you will get? Differentiation is equal to, this will be 0, this will be minus 12, minus 6 plus 16D. This will be equal to 0, right? So 6. So D is equal to how much? 18 by 16, so 9 by 8. That's it. So option for this is C. Third option is C. Okay. Third option is C. See, XQ minus 8. See, XQ minus 8, right? XQ minus 8. This is like, kind of cube root of unity, right? So all the, I did not cube root of unity, this is cube root of 2. Cube root of 2 actually. So you will be getting what? To the 0. So x minus 2 into what? X plus 2. Okay, x square plus 2x plus what? 4, right? X is a square plus a plus b square is equal to 0, right? So x minus 2, this is correct. X minus 2 omega into what? X minus 2 omega square is equal to 0. So you will be getting x equal to 2 omega and 2 omega square. Yeah. So roots are down for yes. They will lie on what? Circle of radius 2 units. So option A is correct. First is correct. Statement 1 is correct. Now statement 2. The root lies on a circle, yes. But they lie on a circle of radius 2 units. But here it's written what? 1. So statement 2 is wrong. So fourth option A is correct. This is question number 4. Fourth option A is correct. Okay, option A is correct for 4. Fifth one. See, secant x into cosecant x is equal to P. Secant x is right 1 by cos x into sin of x. Multiply and divide by 2. P. So this will become 2 sin x into cos x sin 2x is equal to P. Now see, in order to maximum value of P is what? Positive real number, right? In order to minimum value of P, sin 2x should be what? Maximum. So what is sin 2x maximum? Sin 2x maximum is equal to what? Maximum is equal to 1. This implies P minimum is equal to what? 2 by 1. So 2. So answer 2. Okay. Fifth option. Option is C. Fifth option is C. Sixth one. Fifth option is C. Okay. Sixth one. See, you have let's say y is equal to, we have sin theta plus sin theta into what? Cos of theta, right? So see, attain maximum value. That's also very simple. See, then you can check with your option also, okay? Or otherwise, differentiate this, right? Dy by d theta equal to cos theta plus sin theta into minus differentiate this u by u root. Or we can write like this. This can be written sin theta into 1 plus what? Cos theta. So dy by d theta is equal to what? Cos theta into 1 plus cos theta plus sin theta into minus sin theta, because d by theta of 1 plus cos theta will be minus sin theta, and this should be equal to what? 0. So cos theta plus cos square theta minus sin square theta is equal to 0. Fine. So this can be cos theta plus cos square theta minus 1 plus cos square theta is equal to 0. So you are getting 2 cos square theta plus cos theta minus 1 is equal to 0. Fine. So if you solve this, you will get theta is equal to, you solve this, right? Okay, like y quadratic, c quadratic, give what? Theta. You will get cos theta is equal to 3, half. This is the theta is equal to what? Pi by 3. Obviously, at theta is equal to pi by 3, it will give you what? Maximum value, because I have to check between pi by 2, pi by 3, pi by 4, pi by 6. Okay, I am getting here only one value. Obviously, this will be maximum value. You can check. So, option of this question is question number 6 is pi by 3. So, B is the correct option. B. Because here I am getting only one value of theta. That's why. If I had got two value of theta, more than one value of theta, I would have double differentiated this and would have got the answer. Okay. Next. Question number 7. This is set A. Consider the following statements in respect of sets. Seventh one, see, this is theoretical question, right? Seventh one both correct actually. See, you know the section of sets is distributive, yes. Yes, I can write. Union over intersection, right? Union over intersection of sets is A union B intersection C. What you can write? A union B intersection what? A union C, right? Sorry, A union C. Right? This is correct. B, the complement of union of two sets is equal to intersection of their complement. Yes, this is De Morgan's law. A union B complement is equal to what? A intersection B complement, right? Or not? No. See, A and B complement is equal to what? See, A dash ABCD, right? No. The same complement of union of two sets. Okay, complement of union of two sets is equal to intersection of their complements. Yes. So this is correct. Okay. Third one. If the difference of two sets is equal to empty sets, then the two sets must be equal. Yes. If I am getting different, if the difference of two sets is equal to empty sets, then two sets must be equal. No, this you cannot say. Let's say example. A can be what? 1, 2, 3, and B is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. This implies what is A minus B? You will get what? Null set only, right? A minus B. Null set only, right? So doesn't mean that they are equal. So option A is correct. Say both. Okay, 1 and 2 only. First and 2 of statement 1 and 2 are correct. So option is what? A. Eighth one. See here, let's apply the formula. Eighth one. Let's apply the formula. X, Y, Z having 6, 5, and 4 respectively. Okay, all capital elements are what? Distinct. So what is the X minus Y? See, elements are distinct means what? X minus number of elements in X minus elements in X only, because both are having what? Both are having distinct elements, right? So nothing will get what? Eliminated. N into x minus number of elements x minus y will be how much? Tell me. What? 6. 6 only. And n x minus y. Okay, union g is equal to how much? Again, see here. They are what? Distinct. All capitals are distinct. So their intersection will be what? Null set. So you will get one just what? 6 plus 4. Because this will become n of x minus y plus n of z. Because intersection will be null set. So 10. So number of proper subset is equal to 2 to 10 minus 1. So 1, 0, 2, 3. Question number 8 option is C. C is correct option. C. Okay. Option is C. Next. See, all relations are function, but all functions are relation, but all relations are not functions. So A is wrong. Statement 2. A relation from A to B is subset of Cartesian product A into B. Yes. Statement 2 is correct. Let's move to statement 3. A relation in a set A is a subset of Cartesian product A into A. Yes. Yes, that's correct. So statement 2 and 3 are correct only here. So option is what? 9th option B. 10. This is set. We set A. See here. 10th one. See log of 10 base 2 into log of 10 base 2, okay, plus log of 2. This will become what? This will be 1, right? Log of b base a into log of a base b is equal to what? This is 1. 1. And this is what? X is equal to 2. So x is equal to 2 minus 1. So 1 is the answer. Right? This will be 1 actually. So answer of this is B. Okay. The option for this is B. Okay. See 11 option, right? Option 11. See, we have cos 2a, right? Cos 2a plus cos 2b plus cos 2c is equal to what? 0. See, cos 2a plus cos of 2b plus cos of 2c is equal to, sorry, minus 1. Sorry. Minus 1. This is like what? 2 cos of what? A plus b, right? Plus cos of 2c is equal to minus 1. 2c cos of a plus b, because what? A plus b plus c is equal to pi, right? So a plus b is equal to pi minus c. So cos of a plus b will be equal to cos of minus cos c. So minus 2 cos of c. Because a plus b plus c is equal to what? Pi. So a plus b is equal to what? Pi minus c. This implies cos of a plus b is equal to what? Minus cos c. Cos pi minus c is minus cos c. This we can what? 2 cos square c minus 1 is equal to 0. Minus 1. Cancel this and this. Take 2 cos c common. So 2 cos of c minus 1 is equal to what? 0. Fine. Okay. Now So see here, if cos C is equal to 0, right? If cos C is equal to 0, right? Then what? Then take the options. So where there was cos x is coming, right? Okay. And here what happens? And here cos of C is equal to what? Half. Right? So what is the option here? Tell me the option here. Check. Is correct? Okay. So here option B will be correct. Sin A into sin B into cos of C is equal to what? 0. 11th option B will be correct. B. Okay. Next. See 12th one, right? Just you have to simplify this determinant. See here x determinant value 12th one. Determinant will be how much? Cos of C into sin of B into minus tan of A. Okay, minus 0. Minus tan of A into sin B into what? Cos of C. So this and this. So answer is 0. The 12th option B is correct. Okay. Fine. See 13th one. 13th option. 13th very easy. Suppose it consists of first 250 natural numbers. That are multiple of 3. That is multiple of what? 3. So NA is what? 250, right? Like NB is equal to what? How many? First 200 even numbers. Right? Now you have to find the, so what is the value of NA intersection B? Number which are even and multiple of 3 also. So this will be how much? 6, 12, like this it will go till which one? To see, first 200 even number is what? Last number will be what? 400. Okay, last number will be 400. So this will become last number for this, which is multiple of 6. See, multiple of 3 and even number is nothing but multiple of 6. So last will be what? 396. So this is in AP, right? Last term is what? Last term is 396. You write 396 is equal to what? 6 plus n minus 1 into what? 6. So you will n is equal to what? 66 you will get. Right? So if you solve this, apply formula n of A union B is equal to what? Na plus nb minus n of A intersection B. This will become 250 plus 200 minus 66. So 384. Okay. 13th option C is correct. Okay. Likewise, 14th. See, 14th option, 3 will be a direct formula. This is based on direct formula. Simplify this, you will get the 3 options correct. 3. 15th. 15th. See, here, if the roots of the equation, which equation? 15? 4x square minus 5k plus 1 into x plus 5k is equal to 0. Okay, and roots are what? Differing by, roots are differing by unity. Roots are differing by unity. Then which one of the following is possible value of k? So 4x square roots are differing by, see, roots differ by what? By unity, by 1. That means if alpha beta are roots of this, right? So alpha minus beta is equal to what? Alpha minus beta is equal to 1. Okay? Alpha minus beta is equal to what? 1. So what is alpha minus beta? Alpha minus beta the whole square is equal to also 1. This is alpha plus beta the whole square minus 4 alpha beta is equal to 1. What is alpha plus beta? 5k plus 1 by 4 the whole square minus 4 into what? 5k by 4 is equal to what? 1. So you are going to get, if you simplify this, you will be getting 25k square plus 10k plus 1 is 16 minus 80k is equal to 0. So 25k square minus what? 70k plus 1 is equal to what? 0. Okay. It's in the 16, this is in the 16, right? 10k plus 1 minus this will be 4 square 16 is equal to 16, right? So minus 15 minus 15 minus 15 is equal to 0. You can take 5 common, so it will become 3k square minus 14k plus 5 is equal to 0. So the minus 5. This will become, to simplify, factorize this, you will be getting 3k square minus 15k plus k minus 5 is equal to 0. Take 3k common, k minus 5 plus 1 into k minus 5 is equal to 0. This is like k is equal to what? 5 and minus 1 by 3. Just check, maybe some mistake 3k square and to 3k for common. So 3k k minus 5 plus 1, 3k plus 1 is equal to 0. Okay, fine. Anyway, if you solve this 15, this option will be D. Minus 3 will be 5 will get. Minus 3 by 5. On scale will be minus 15. There will be this calculation mistake actually. K will get what? Minus 3 by 5. This is how you have to proceed actually. Okay. Okay, minus 3 by 5. Okay, fine. Oh, here I made mistake. See, I took 5 common. This will become what? 5k square, right? This is what? Minus 3. Now it will be correct. So 5k square. See, here k minus 3. Take 5k common. K here plus 3 common. So you will be getting what? K minus 3, K minus 3. So you will be getting K equal to 3 and minus 3 by 5. That's what minus 3 by 5 is the answer. Okay, here there was some confusion. I made mistake by taking common. Okay, if you are taking 5 common, it will become 5k square minus 14k minus 3. Just you have to simplify this as. See here, 16th one. X square plus x plus 1 is equal to 0. They are nothing but what? Complex cube root of unity, right? Omega. Okay. So you can write here 1 plus x square is equal to 0 in the anyway this is given also. Take here x to the power 99 common. What will we get? 1 plus omega plus sorry x plus x square, right? This is 0, right? So both will be 0. So 16th option B is correct. 17th see 17th see log of x y z and gp means what you mean? X y z and gp, right? Both are correct here. See gp means what? Correct, right? Y is equal to what? Xz. Now take log. So log of y is equal to log of xz. So 2 log y is equal to what? Or you can here only you can make it as per what? See here, multiply this by 9. So we will be getting what? Okay, so we will be getting here log of 3x log of 3y. Okay, take log. What will we get? 9. See 9 into. This can be done in so many ways. So what we write here? 2 log of y is equal to log of x plus log of z. That means what I can say here? X, y and z are in what? What? AP, right? X, y and z are in what? Log x. I can say log x, log y and log z are in what? Are in AP. Right? So see, AP what happens? What happens in case of AP? If you are adding some common thing everywhere, again result will remain what? Same only, right? So I can say here, yeah, I add log of 3 everywhere. So what will you get here? So I can write 2 log of y is equal to log of x plus log of z. Or I can write here 2 into log of y plus log of 3. Here also you write this one, you see. Log of 3 plus log of x plus log of z plus log of what? 3. So this is like what? 2 into log of c, log of a into b is equal to log of a plus log of b is equal to log of ab. So this will become log of 3y is equal to, you can write log of 3x plus log of 3z. So I can say here log of 3y, log of 3x, log of 3z are in what? AP. Okay, fine. Now see, in statement 2, you are adding x, y, z everywhere, right? So if you are adding x, y, z everywhere means what? If you are adding same thing to all the terms, still what? They will be in what? AP only. But the statement 2, this is given HP. So statement 2 is wrong. Statement 1 is correct. So option is what? A only. 570 option is A. See, 18th, just to see, you simplify this 18th option now. If you simplify this, then AP means what? 2 log of 2 to the power x minus 1, right? Is equal to log of 10, because there is an AP, right? So apply for 1 log of AP. 2 to the power x plus 3 plus log of 2 base 10. So this will become log of 10 into 2x minus 1 the whole square is equal to log of 10 2 into 2x plus 3. This will become 2x minus 1 the whole square is equal to 2 into the power x plus 6. Okay. Fine, got it? So it will become 2 to the power x minus 2 to the power 2 to the power x plus 1 minus 2 to the power x minus 6 is equal to 0. So this will become 2 to the power 2x, right? 2 to the power 2x, and this will become minus 4 into 2 to the power x minus 5 is equal to what? 0. Fine. So this is just like, I can say here a to the power x is equal to what? Y. This is y square minus 4y minus 5 is equal to 0. So y minus 1. Okay. Y see, y minus y, if simplify this into y minus 5 is equal to 0. So this implies y will become 5. I cannot take here negative value because y to the power x. Okay, that will be root for x can never be negative. So this negative value is not possible. Only we take positive value. So 2 to the power x is equal to what? 5 is equal to log of take base 2 5 base 2. That's it. So option is C. C is correct option. 18th option C is correct. Okay. So we will take a lot of time. I will not solve all the questions. It will take a lot of time. Okay. The direct result. 19th option. So you have to find 3 digits number, right? So S can be made which are less than 500. Which are less than how much? 500. That is what we mean by less than 500. If they are less than 500 means what? How many different 3 digits number with all digits different? All digits different means repetition is not allowed. See here, first place, right? I can fill in how many bits? I can have less than 500 means I can have 2, 3, and 4. That's it. So this can fill in 3 bits. Okay. Okay. And for this I can have how many options? 2, 4, 6, 7. Out of 7 already I used 1. This can fill in how many? 6 pages. And this one 5 pages. So answer is what? 90. So option is C. 19th option C is correct. 20th. See here you can P. Suppose that you are writing 1 is equal to what you will write here? 100 plus 10 plus 1. Like that means what? 10 square plus 10 to the power 1 plus 10 to the power what? 0. Similarly, 1 4 times is equal to 1000 plus 100 plus 10 plus 1. This is 10 to the power 3 plus 10 square plus 10 plus 1. That means maximum power should be what? 1 less than number of digits. Likewise, what is the right for P? P what? 1 1 1 1 1 n term. This is 10 to the power n minus 1 plus 10 to the power n minus 2 up to plus 1. So this is in what? GP. Sum of n terms of the GP formula is what? A into what to the power n minus 1 by r minus 1. This will become 10 to the power n minus 1 by 9. This is P. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. Then we have to find the value of what? 9p square plus p. So what is the 9c? 9p is equal to 10 to the power n minus 1. So 9p into p is equal to 10 to the power n minus 1 into 10 to the power n minus 1 by 9. So we will be getting 9p. Okay, so 9p square plus p is equal to 10 power n minus 1 into 10 power n minus 1 by 9 plus 10 power n minus 1 by 9. Take 9 LCM and take 10 power n minus 1 common. You will get what? 10 power n minus 1 plus 1. So you will be getting what? This is cancel. So 10 power n into p. Because this will become 10 power n minus 1 by 9 will give you p. And this is cancel. 10 power n only. So option for this is A. 20th option A is correct. Okay. Option C, minus 1 plus 1. This is 9. 10 power n minus 1 by 9 will give you what? P only. This is 10 power n. Okay, fine. Hello? 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 What is it? Okay. Similarly, for 21st, 21st, if you solve this, direct option right down D. Okay, see, very simple. Real roots of equal magnitudes, opposite signs. Just you find what? Alpha beta should be what? Negative, that's it. Okay, if you do this, you will get the answer. D is correct answer. 21st, no, sorry, 21st, right? 21st, see, what is alpha beta value? You have 3k square minus what? Alpha beta roots, product of roots, 3k square minus 5k. Okay, have roots of equal magnitude but opposite sign. That means 3k square minus 5k by 3. First of all, magnitude is what? This would be negative, right? And second thing, sum of roots. Sum of roots is equal to their roots are equal magnitude, right? But opposite in sign. So sum of roots alpha plus beta is equal to what? 0, right? This implies k square plus 5k plus 3 should be equal to what? 0. So what is getting here? K is equal to what? Minus k. You are getting k into k plus 5 is equal to 0. This implies k is equal to what? 0 and minus 5. Okay. And if you simplify this, what you will get? 3k, take k common here. K this one. If you simplify k into 3k minus 5 by 3 should be less than 0. So k will lie between from where to where? 0 and 5 by 3. Here positive, right? Let's say no, this side and this side. Right? So which value will satisfy? K should be, see, when it will be, take any value of k greater than 5 by 3. Like example, take 6. So this will be plus, right? This will take any value of k less than 0. Let's take minus 1. So minus 8 into minus 1 plus, so plus. Negative. I need what? Negative. So k belongs to what? 0 less than, k less than 5 by 3. And from here you are getting what? K equal to 0 and minus 5, right? So what is the common thing? What is the common thing which will satisfy both? D, right? No value of k will exist like this. No value of k. So D is correct option. Okay. (20)2 See, 20 if you solve, you will get option D. 22nd option D is correct. Just because, see, it's very simple. Like 2 into factorial, 2 can write what? 3 minus 1 into 2 factorial. So 3 into factorial 2 minus factorial 2. Like this, you keep on substituting all the value. Like like 4, 3 into factorial 3. I can write what? Factorial 4 minus factorial 3. Like that you can do. This all will get what? Cancelling out. So finally we will get. I got it. So this is nothing but factorial 3 minus factorial 2. Similarly, factorial 3 into 3 will get what? Factorial 4 minus factorial 3, like this. So option is what? 22nd option, D is correct. 23rd option. P and Q are non-zero roots of the equation, right? So if you solve this, 23rd option, B is correct. You will get only one value. 23rd option, B is correct. B. 24th, if you solve, you will get minus D. 24th option, you will get minus 72 into delta. So 24th option, D is correct. 25th. Fifth option A is correct. 26th option. 26, if you solve it, you will get. See, it's 26th option is not difficult. 26 is simple kind of question only. See, 26. See, A is equal to what? 1, 0, A, 1. Okay. What is A square? 1A 0 1 into 1A 0 1. If you simplify this, you will get what? 1 into 1. So 1 only. Here you will get 1 plus A. Here 0 1. Like this, if you keep on getting AQ is equal to what? Here this value will keep on increasing. Are you getting it? See, this is okay. This you will be getting 1 into A, split 2A, right? AQ you will be getting what? A0, 3A. One like this. So you have 8 to the power 100 minus 8 to the power 50 minus 2 times 8 to the power 25. You will be getting what? A 100 0 1 minus for 8 to the power 50 will be getting A 150A 0 1 minus 2 times 125 0 1. So what are we going to get? We subtract all. So see here, minus 2 minus 3, minus 2 minus 1 minus 3, minus 1. So minus 2. Here you will be getting minus 2. Here 0. Again 0 0 everybody have 0. Here you will be getting minus 2. So this will be minus 2 into what? Identity matrix. So minus 2i. Option C is correct. 26th option. 26th option is what? C. Similarly, 27th option D is correct. 27th option D. So this you will get K is equal to 4. 27th option D. Likewise, 28th option. See, in 28th option is this formula: I plus I square plus IQ plus I4 is equal to what? 0. That means it will repeat value. See, I plus I square plus I3 plus I4 is equal to 0. Likewise, I to the power 5, I to the power 6 plus I to the power 7 plus I to the power 8 is equal to 0. So all 18 terms will become equal to 0, right? Then you are left out with what? Only you are left out with I to power 5, I to power 6, and I to power 7. Right? And then you will get what? I to power 5 plus I to power 6 plus I to power 7. I to power 5 is what? I. This is what? Minus 1. This is what? Minus 3. I to power 7. This is minus I. So minus 1 is answer. 28,000 A is correct. 28,000 A. 28,000 A is correct. Similarly, 29. So this is quite obvious. This is a circle. So 29,000 C is correct. This circle C. Okay, this is Z bar. Is nothing but what? Mod of Z square, right? This is circle. Okay. Now 30 option. See, from option 1 you can check it out. First is correct here. Here square. First one you will get what? The square of the given term. So 30th option A is correct. 31 option. 31 option B. 31 option. See, this okay, 31 option B is correct. 31 option B. 32 options. See, 1, 2. We are reading 1, 2, right? How many distinct matrices you can have? 16. So 32nd option is correct. 33rd option. 33 options. C is correct. 34 option. 4 option C. 34 option is what? C is correct. And let's come to 35th. See, this is quite obvious. 35th option, like 35th option A is correct. A. Inverse of it does not exist. Yes. Because see, this is a what? This is not is 0, right? So inverse of matrix, so determinant is what? 0 is not possible. Okay. So okay. AQ is equal to A. AQ is equal to A. And multiply the AQ. AQ is equal to see 33. See, A square, what you are going to get? A square. Matrix A, right? See, you have A square, right? See, this is very simple. See, A square means what? 1 into 1 into 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If you multiply this, A square is equal to what will you get? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. See, let's come to first term. 1 into 1 plus 1 into 1, so 3. So everywhere you will get what? 3. So I can say here what? 3 into A. A square is equal to what? 3A. So 35th option, 1 and 3. C is correct. C. 35th option, C. C. 36th. See, this you can see one way of doing this, like right generally based on the circle and find GS for percent, like GF and C will get, and because circle passing through 3 points, so you can satisfy the equation. So that's a very lengthy. Directly check with the options given here. Here C is carrying option minus 24 and 58. So 36th option C is correct. Okay, 37th option. See, we will be getting radius is equal to what? Radius you can find it out here easily. How much the radius here? 24. See here. No, see, sorry, 36th option. 36th option D will be correct. So the D is correct. D. 36th option D is correct. Okay, you can check it here. See, it's very simple here. You know why? 20, take minus 50 and minus 24 if you put here, substitute the value here, minus 2, 9. What you will get? 60 square plus 33 square. If you substitute the value from in 2, 1, you will be getting 56, 60 square plus 33 plus 25 square. Okay, so if you 50 square plus 33 square is equal to 60 square plus 25 square. This is nothing but I think 4225. So this is 65 square, right? So radius is what? Greater than 60, right? This is r square, right? R square is how much? 65 square. So r is what? Greater than 60. So 37,000 D is correct. 37,000 D is correct. Likewise, 38,000 B is correct. 38,000 B is correct. Okay. See, actually, if you solve this, you know what you will get? You will get in root 3. You will get like this 38,000. You will get like this. Third way, what x will be 38,000. See, 38. See, 1 plus because see, what is the distance? What is the length of the side? 2 root 2. Fine. You're getting 2 root 2. Fine. Okay. So vertex you will get 1 plus root 3 and 1 minus root 3. It's the vertex. Okay. So what is at least one irrational roots? No, it can have both irrational roots only, not only one. So option 38,000 area irrational, yeah, area is what? Root 3 by 4 into x, so irrational one. This is the area. So 38,000 B is correct. 37,000. See, different. What is the difference of coordinate of third vertex? Root 3 minus plus root 3. So 2 root 3. So 39,000 will be 39. 2 root 3 D. 39,000 B is correct. 48,000. What is the question of the diagonal BBC? Here, coordinate of the 3. 40,000 is correct. 48,000 is correct. 48,000 is correct. Okay. Forty-two options. 42 D is correct. D. 43 what are the coordinates of the circumcenter? See here, this is the see you have x minus 2 is equal to 0 is the what? Line parallel to y axis. Okay, and y plus 1 is equal to 0 is line parallel to x axis. So you will have this line, this is y equal to minus 1, and this is what? X equal to 2, x minus 2 is equal to 0. And third vertex is like this, right? Like this. So this is the 90 degrees. One coordinate is what? 2 and minus 1, right? So if you are drawing circle, right? It is like this. See, angle of the semicircle is 90 degree, right? So what? So circumcenter will lie at the what? Midpoint of this. Which line is this? This line is x plus 2y minus 4 is equal to what? 0. What is this coordinate? This line, this is what? minus y coordinate is minus 1. Substitute the value of y is equal to minus 1. X you will get what? 6. So 6 1. Similarly, x is equal to 2 here. If x is equal to 2 here. This one, because this is a line, x equal to 2 line, right? So all coordinate, x coordinate will be 2 only here. So we will be getting 2 3. And say middle of this will be what? 4 and minus 1. 4 minus 1. 3, sorry, 4 and 1. 4 and 1 minute. X equal to 2 here, x equal to 2. Oh, no, sorry, sorry. This is 1, this is 1, 1. So 4 0 will go, 4 0. So for the third option, B is correct. For the third option, so A is correct. For the three option, A is correct. Okay, fine. For the fourth option, C, parabola can be both sides. This side also, that side also, right? So how many are possible? What is the maximum number of parabola that can be drawn? 2. So for the fourth option, B is correct. Okay. This is the following statement. One of the parabola passes through the 0 0. Yes. 45th. Yes. Focus of the parabola lies at just to find the lattice rectum, right? Midpoint of the lattice rectum. We have minus 2, 2, and 4 minus 4. Yeah. So it will lie at minus 2 0, right? So both are correct. So C. For the fifth option, C. For the sixth option, C. 46th. Okay. Now see, it's given the sin theta and cos theta roots of the equation x is equal to 0, right? Okay. So what do you mean by this? Sum of the roots, right? See, sin theta plus cos theta, the whole square is equal to what? You will be getting sin square theta plus cos square theta plus 2 sin theta into what? Cos theta. Now sin theta plus cos theta will be what? Minus b by a. Minus b by a the whole square. This is sin square theta plus cos theta is equal to 1 plus 2 into c by a. So we will be getting b square is equal to a square plus 2ca. Okay. So answer is this implies a square minus b square plus 2ca is equal to what? 0. A square plus a square minus b square plus 2c is equal to 0. So 46th option is C. Okay. 47th option, if you solve, you will get 47th option A is correct. A. Okay. 48th option just it's very simple. How many? See, this is like this, right? 1, 2, 3. These two vowel can come to what? These 4 places in how many ways? 4 into 3 ways. Then here or here, 4 into 3. And remaining 2 places can be filled in how many ways? 5 into 2. So 240 is the answer. So 48th option A is correct. 49th option. Okay, fine, got it. 49th option also A. Okay, 49th option A is correct. See, this is nothing but 50th. How many 50th option B is correct? There are 43 terms because this will become A square plus B square divided by A square B square the whole square. Yes, okay. So there will be 43 terms. Fifty-one option B is correct. B. Just find the word because this is the word consistent solution. So determinant of coefficient should be equal to 0. You will get the value of K from here. Okay. 52 option D. 52 option D. 52 option D. 53 option very simple. See, this sinus for x period is what? Pi, right? So rest of are constant only. That period will also be what? Pi only. So option is B. 54th options. See, if you solve this, this is A plus B will give you what? 90 degree and A minus B 30 degree. Okay, so A is equal to 60 and B is equal to 30 degree, right? So option is B, 3:1. See, they're asking you what? Sum of the absolute value of the what? This is just like x square minus, just find x square minus 5 the whole square, right? So absolute value if you take, will be getting B6. Absolute value will be getting what? 6. 50. Okay, sorry, 55. See, 55, we have to do this formula. NC3, okay, minus n into n minus 4 minus n. This is 10. So 10C3 minus 10 into 6 minus 10. Okay, that formula you have for this. So this will be 10 into what? 10 into 8 into 9 by 6 minus 60 minus 10. So we will be getting 120 minus 70. Right. So 50 the answer. So 55th option, which one is correct? Option 55th. B is correct option. B. Okay. Okay. 56th option is B. 56th option B is correct. 57th option. We simplify this. This is, see, first term and last term. Okay. Second from this time, this side, and second last from this side. Both are what? Both are having same coefficient. So if you use that concept, you will be getting your B option. Okay, 58. See, this is possible only sin inverse x. Okay, this is possible only when sin inverse x equal to pi by 2, sin inverse y is equal to pi by 2, and sin inverse g is equal to pi by 2. Got it? Fine. So x, y, z all are what? 3. All are 1. X equal to y, z equal to 1. You will get here. So option is what? C here. 50th option C. 59th option sin x plus cos y, cos x plus cos y for all value of x. Yeah, that's, see, this is just here to apply the formula sin a plus sin b, cos a plus cos b. So you will be getting C option. C. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. See, in this case, they are asking you m plus n. Here we have 60th option, 60. A equal to 0 minus 2 to 0, right? Okay, fine. So mi will be what? Mi is equal to mi is nothing but what? M 0 0 m, right? So mi plus na is equal to what? You will get what is na value? Na means what? Here 12, here 12, right? If you add both, what you are going to get? M 2n minus 2n m. Okay, if you are squaring this, mi plus n is the whole square is equal to what will you get? M 2n minus 2n m into m 2n minus 2n m. Okay, fine. So it will become m square minus 4n square. Here you will be getting 4mn. Here minus 4mn. And here m square minus 4n square. This is equal to a. So 0 to minus 2 0. This is what? Minus 2 0. This is quite obvious. M is equal to what? Say. M is a positive integer, right? I can write m square minus 4n square is equal to what? 0. M is equal to I can say 12. Okay, both are positive only, right? So I can take like this. And mn is what? Mn is equal to how much? Mn is equal to 4. Mn is equal to 2 by 4, right? Because 4mn is 2. I can write here 2n into n. M is equal to 2 and is equal to 1 by 2. So n square is equal to 1 by 4. N is equal to 1 by 2. I am taking only positive value because m and n positive. So m will become what? 1. M plus n will be what? 3 by 2. 3 by 2. So option 60th option D is correct. 60 option D is correct. Okay, 60 option D is correct. Fine. Local maximum of fx is less than its local minima. Yes, it's correct. Local maxima of fx, no, local maxima occurs at -1 and local minima occurs at +1. So 1 is correct, 2 is false. So option is what? 1. 61, 61st option A. See, circle of 2 square units, right? Maximum area is possible only when we have like both sides equal. Then only area will be maximum. That means if the rectangle is square. Okay, got it? In that case, what will happen? Circle radius is how much? Square root 2, right? See, sorry, circle radius, see, like this. Okay, fine. So obviously center will be here, right? So diagonal will be how much? 4 units. Fine. So what is the formula for area? D square by 2, right? So 60 second 8 square unit, right? So C is correct option. 63. Just you can write this dx divided by what? X into x square plus 1. I can write x square plus 1. Just to split it, you will get the answer. Okay. So what we get here from here? Get it from here. Tell me how you do this. Or you can do one thing here. Let x square plus 1 is equal to what? You can multiply and divide by x. There are so many ways of doing this. See, do one thing. Multiply and divide by what? Here. So this will become x dx divided by, I am multiplying divided by x. X square into x square plus 1. Right. Okay. So what will you get here? Are you getting it? This will become x divided by x square minus x divided by x square plus 1. Okay, partial fraction. Okay. So this will become x. So this will be 1 by x. If this is not log of x, this will become minus 1 by 2 log of x square plus 1. So this I can write what? 1 by 2 into log of x square. I am just multiplying here. Multiplying divided by 2 here, right? 1 by 2 into 2 can write this one. So x square will come here. Minus 1 by 2 log of x square plus 1. This will become half log of x square divided by x square plus 1. Okay, plus C. So option is A. 63 or third option, A is correct. A. 64. This is very simple. If you are differentiating 64th option, A is correct. 65th option. See, if it's not having what? Is 65th option, if you are differentiating this, what will you get? What is f plus x? 3x square plus 2x plus k. See, parabola, right? Parabola mouth opening because coefficient of x is positive. For this to not have what? Any solution. Okay, when this will have extremum, then this is equal to 0, right? Because this is a continuous function, right? And differentiable also. So what you have to do here? Make like this will not be equal to 0. This is a parabola, right? Mouth opening above the x-axis, right? When it will not have any solution. This equation, where discriminant is less than 0. What is discriminant here? So 2 square minus 12k should be less than 0. So take 4 common, 1 minus 3k should be what? Less than 0. So 1 minus 3k should be less than 0. So 3k should be what? Greater than 1. Right? So what we are going to get here? So 3k should be what? Greater than 1. So option B. 65th option. 65th option B is correct. 65th option is what? B. 65th option B is correct. Okay. Or 66th. See, this is nothing but what? Log of f plus x by f x integration is what? This will become log of f of x, right? Integration. So this you can write what? Log of x to the power x, right? Now this is varying from where to where? 2 to 10. This will become log of 2 to the power 10 minus log of 2 square. Right? So this will become 10 minus 2 log of 2. So 8 log 2. So option is what? Option is 66th option is here. D. 67. See, this is obviously modulus is coming right. See, if area is without modulus, if area is below the x-axis, modulus it will go above the x-axis, right? Fine. So this is greater than or equal to k. 67th option B is correct. D. 68th option. See, if it's monotonically increasing in the interval 1 to infinity, then which of the following is correct? See, what is the 68? See, n plus x equal to what? 2x minus k. Now, for this to be increasing, this should be greater than what? 0. So, I can say what? 2x greater than what? K. And what is k belong from where to where? X belongs from where to where? X belongs 1 to infinity, right? So 2x will belong 2 to infinity, right? So it's quite obvious. See, for both to be satisfied, I can say what? K should be what? Less than 2. Okay, fine. 69. So 68th option is what? 68th option A is correct. 68th option A. 68th option A. Now see, 69. See, this is quite very simple. Why student legal x, right? X, see, x belongs from minus 1.5 to minus 1.8. So integral x will be how much? Minus 2, right? So area is equal to how much? 2 into 1.8 minus 1.5. How much it is? 2 into 0.3. So 0.6. 69th option C is correct. Which option is correct? C. 70. Tangent to the curve y is equal to x square. Make an angle theta with the positive direction of x axis. Okay. So what is dy by dx? So 2x, right? Which point? 1, 1. So 2. 2 means what? Tan pi 4 is what? 1. So theta has to lie between pi by 4 to 2, you are getting right. Pi by 3. So 2, right? Okay. So theta will lie between pi by 3 to pi by 2. Because tan pi by 3 is the what? Root 3. This I am getting 2. So this will lie between tan pi by 3 to tan pi by 2. So option D is correct. D is correct. Okay. Now see, 70 is first. Only option 3 is correct only. Okay. 3. P E intersection F cannot be of greater than equal to what? P plus P F minus. So 71 option B. 72 options. See, P condition probability of what? See, what is P A slash B? Condition probability of A is how much? P A intersection B by what? B, right? And this is what? Less than P A, fine? Then what is the P B slash A? P A intersection B by what? P, right? And this value can write what? Less than what? PA into PB by what? You can say. So this is less than PB. So option is A. 72 option. 72 option is what? A. 72 option is what? A is correct. So less than what? PB. 73 option C. Okay, fine. So 74th option. So 74th option. A problem is given to 3 students A, B, and C, whose probability of solving the problems are this much. The probability that the problem can be solved is what? 29 by 30. So just you apply this formula. Problem can be solved is what? Any one of A, B, and C is solving, right? So I can write here P A union B union C is equal to what? P A plus P B plus P C minus P A intersection B minus B B intersection C minus B C intersection A plus P A intersection B intersection C. Now these all are what? Independent events, right? So P A intersection B create by P A into P B. Okay, so this is how much? 29 by 32. And PA is how much? 1 by 2 plus 3 by 4 plus P. And B A intersection B will be how much? 3 by 8. Okay, minus, right? Similarly, this one P B intersection C P into 3 by 4. Right? And PC intersection A minus P by 2 plus, because this is independent event, right? So this I write PA into PB into PC. This will become 3 P by 8. So solve this. What will we get? Will be getting 29 by 32. This will become, take LCM here. So 4 plus 6 minus 3. Take P common here. You will be getting what? Take 8 LCM. So here 8 minus 6 from this minus 4 plus 3. So this is 4 plus, so 29 by 32 minus 7 by 8 is equal to P into 8. 1. If you simplify this 32, the 29 minus 28 into P into 1 by 8. So P is equal to 1 by 40. Option D is correct. 74th option D is correct. So 75th. 75th is quite simple, right? 75th option 8 by 16. So C. C is correct. See, locus of the point 76, P, X, Y, and Z, right? Which moves in such a way that Z is equal to 7. So Z coordinate is always fixed, right? So particle can rotate anywhere, or go anywhere in a plane which is parallel to XY plane. So 76th option D is correct. 77th option. Or 73, a line moving in a space can have infinitely many direction ratio. Yes, it can have so it can have infinitely many direction ratio, but single direction cosine. So 77th option 1 is correct. Yeah, it can be, yes. So both were both correct. 77th option, both were correct. 78. If you simplify this up by the formula, you get C option, 78. 79. See, here can be 8 as sphere. 8 as sphere. 79th option is what? C. 80. See, 80 just you have to apply the formula. Cos theta is equal to, you know, find as cosine. Cos theta is equal to what? L1 L2 plus M1 M2 plus L1 L2. If you solve this, you will get 64 by 49. Sorry, 64 by 49. Okay, so if you solve cos 2 alpha here, cos 2 alpha plus cos 2 beta, you solve, you will be getting 64 by 49. You solve this. Okay, so option B is correct. 80 option B is correct. Eighty-one option A is correct. Option A. 82. 82, see. You can have yeah, 82. See, just here you have just like a solve like normal equation. You get the value. Normal equation to solve, you will get the value. Okay, fine. See, 81 options, right? Two, see, a plus 3b is equal to 3 minus j. Okay. Okay. And here we have, so multiply this by 2. So 2a plus 6b is equal to how much? 6 times. See, if you solve this, you will get angle between a and b to 90 degree. A not b, a is equal to I or b is equal to j will get. So 82 options. D is correct. 83 option. See, A plus B is perpendicular to vector A and magnitude of B is twice that of A. So see, 4A plus B dot B. This equals what? I write 4A dot B plus modulus of B square, right? B dot B is modulus of B square. Okay. But it's saying what? Magnitude of B is twice that of A. This will become 4 into A dot B plus 2 times modulus of A square. Now what is the A plus B? See, it's given A plus B is what? Normal to vector A. So A plus B dot A should be equal to 0. So this is modulus of A square plus B dot A is equal to what? 0. So B dot A is equal to what? See B. Are you getting it? It is given A plus B is perpendicular to vector A. So what should happen? A plus B dot A is equal to 0. So A square plus B dot A is equal to 0. So modulus of A square is equal to 1 minus of B dot A. So B dot A is equal to modulus of A square. So what you are getting here? Okay, so B dot A. Fine. Are you getting it? A plus B is normal to vector S. And okay, fine. So A plus B. This will become modulus of A the whole square is equal to what? Theta will become minus B into modulus of A into cos of theta. So cos theta is equal to how much? The minus half will get. So theta is equal to pi by 3. Fine. So here we will be getting what? You can do it from here also. Value of 4A plus B dot B. If you simplify this, we will be getting here. See, if you simplify this, so you will be getting here. So this is 4. What is A dot B? A dot B is equal to what we will get? Modulus of A into modulus of B into cos of theta plus 2 modulus of A square. Cos theta is what? Minus half. So minus 4 by 2 into 2. This will become modulus of A square. This is cancelled. Plus 2 modulus of A square. So value is equal to 0. So option A is correct. Okay. Fine. See here. 85th. See, what is the AB? AB is equal to just subtract both. So I, B is this one, right? So you will be getting AB is equal to 2 minus root 2I plus J 2 plus root 2J. The modulus of AB is equal to square. You will be getting 4 plus 2 plus 4 plus 2 square root. So 2 root 3. So 85,000. 85,000. Two root 3 C is correct. Option C. 86. See, 86 is also very easy question, not difficult. It will be very happy to apply here. See, 86. Position vectors of A and B are root 2 minus 1 I cap minus J cap plus I plus root 2 plus 1. Okay, fine. See here, y is equal to what you can write here? Multiply, if you multiply this, you will be getting 1 into what? 1 plus, just multiplying 1 plus x by entire thing. X square plus 1 plus x4 plus 1 plus x to the power 8 plus 1 plus x to the power 16 plus x into what? 1 plus x square plus 1 plus x to the power 4 1 plus x to the power 8 plus 1 into 1 plus x to the power 16. If you simplify this, you will be getting what? See, from here you will get 1 plus what? X square term will always be there. Here, X square term will always be there. Or let's see here. See, 1 plus X square into some other terms, right? Some terms containing power of X power more than X. Here we will get what? X plus X into what? See, X into what we will get? X into terms of X or not. So if you are finding dy by dx, right? Everywhere there will be X term except here, right? It's equal to 0 plus X term here plus 1 plus X term. It's asking which point? Dy by dx is X equal to 0, right? Everything will be cancelled one except this here, right? One is the answer. So it is the sixth option, B is correct. Okay. See here 87, write like this. Y divided by cos of x equal to what? Cos 4x plus cos 4x into cos of 8x. So this will become secant x into y. Okay. Is equal to cos 4x into cos of, or you can substitute it also. You can write this 1 by 2 into what? 1 by 2 into 2 cos 4x into cos of 8x. So this I can write half into what? Cos of 12x, okay, plus cos of 4x. You can write like this. No. Now differentiate. Okay, what you are going to get with respect to x? What you will get? Secant x into dy by dx plus y into dy dx of secant x will be what? Secant x into tan of x. This is half. This will be getting minus 12 sin 12x minus 4 sin of 4x. Okay, substitute x equal to pi by 4, right? By 4. This term will be what? 0 at x equal to pi by 4. And this is root 2. So root 2 into dy by dx plus y. At which point x equal to pi 4? Root 2 tan by 4 is 1 is equal to 0. Fine. So dy by dx is equal to minus root 2y by root 2. Minus, right? So this implies 1 by y divided by dx equal to what? Minus 1 is the answer. At x equal to pi 4, this value will become 0. Now substitute x equal to pi 4 here. Secant pi 4 is root 2. Secant pi 4 is root 2, tan pi 4 is 1. Okay. In the eighth option, C is correct. Because here f of x will become equal to what? X square. Right? So f plus x is 2x. So f plus 1 is what? 2. Here, C. Why? Because f of x will become what? X square. 89. See, A is greater than B. So divide everywhere by what? A to the power n. So limit. So this will answer will be what? 1. So C, 89th option, C is correct. Just divide A to the power n. Both numerator and denominator. So B by A to the power n, limit n tending to infinity will be 0. Okay, 19. See, if it exists at what? 2. Limit exists right at 2. So you can have 1 plus 2 by 2k is equal to 2k, right? Cancel this. So 1. So k plus 1 is equal to what? 2k square. Okay. So 2k square minus k minus 1 is equal to what? 0. So what will you get? K. K value what will you get? K is equal to 1 plus minus 1 plus 8 by 4. So we will be getting 1 and minus half. See, this will become how much? 1 plus minus 1 square, right? Okay, so we will be getting value equal to 1 value will be 1 plus 3. So we will get 2 values. 1 plus 3. So 1 and 1 minus half. So from this option, 1 is the correct answer. So 19th option is what? D. 19th option is what? D is correct option. D. Fine. Just here we have to find what? What intersection you find it will get to know. Okay. What of intersection? Just find it out. You get to know here. 91. Okay. Fine. Now let's come to question number 93. Ninety-three. 93. 93 option C is correct. 94. 27 B is correct. 27.73. Okay. 95 C just you add 95 50 plus 64 by 2. So option C is correct. Obviously, mean, see what is the mod here? Mod is x. Mean you will get how much? X plus 5, x plus 3. So mean is greater than mod. And what is the median? Median is third one, right? So yeah, so second is wrong, first is correct. 96th option, A is correct. Okay. 97th option is very easy. B is correct. 98th. See, G is equal to what we can have G value here. G is equal to, this will be, how many terms are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 terms are there, right? So this will become 2 to the power, see 2 to the power 1 plus 2 up to how much? 10 you will get, right? Because, okay, what is the mean of this? If you multiply all, right? 3 means 2 to the power 3, or 8 means 2 to the power 3, 16 means 2 to the power 4. Okay? So like this you will get. And to the power whole power what? 1 by 10. So we are going to get to the power 11 minus 1 by 2 minus 1. Oh, what is the formula for this? Okay. See, if you write this now, see here is this one. To the power 10 into 11 by 2. Again, you have here 1 by 10. Right. So how much? So 2 to the power 5.5. This is what? Greater than 32 or less than 64. So this is lie between 32 to 64. So option C is correct. 98 option C is correct. See, this one is right formula. 99. Harmonic mean of 60 and x is 48. So what is the harmonic mean formula? 280, right? So 2 into 60 into x by 60 plus x is equal to 48. So 120 x is equal to 60 into 48 plus 48x. So x is equal to 60 into 48 by 72. We will be getting 12 6 12 5 6 so 40 is the answer. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine. Next. See, mean deviation of first 10 even natural numbers. So what is the mean of first 10 even natural numbers? 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 10. And this will go what? Till 20, right? So you can write 2 into 1 plus 2 plus 3 up to 10, right? So this is the 2 into what? 10 into 11 by 2. How many are there? 10. So mean is equal to how much? X bar is equal to how much? Mean 11, right? Now how will you find the mean deviation? Modulus of difference, right? So here we will be getting what? 9 plus 7, okay, plus 9 plus 7 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1 into 2 by 10. So how much will we get? So 5 will be there. So 5 is the answer. Okay. So 100 option is what? 5. Sorry, 5. Yeah. 100 option, 100 question number 100 option A is correct. A. Okay, fine. Next. See, variance formula. What is the formula of variance? Xi minus x bar the what? Chorus bar by n, right? Mod, okay. So if you keep on adding like this, what if you use this formula, you get the answer here. Answer for this is question number 101. Okay. So this is the how many are there? 10. X1 square plus x2 square plus what? X10 square, right? Okay, summation, right? Minus 2 x bar into what? X1 plus x2 plus x10, right? Divided by what? 10. So we will be getting what? You see, it's given 1540 minus. What is the mean of this? See, how many are there? X10, right? 11, 110. So mean of this will be 2 into 11 into 10. 110 by 10. So this will become 1540 minus 220 by 10. So you will be getting 13. Oh, sorry. This will be. So this is, I made a mistake here. We made a mistake here. Wait, just a minute, please. See, this is 2 into 11 into 110. Getting here, 24201541540. So you will be getting 9. Okay, wait, plus x bar square, right? So if you add all, you will be getting 1540 minus 2420. Okay, x bar square will how many? Plus x bar square how many times? It will become 10 times, right? Because you have 10 numbers, so this will become plus 10 into 121 divided by 10. So you will be getting, just subtract this to get the answer. So 24, this is 2650 minus 2420 by 10. Okay, so we will be getting 22 is the answer actually for this. Okay, 22 is the answer. So option is 101. Option A is correct. A. 102. See 137, right? See 137, it cannot have a number which is divisible by what? Or 3. So 102 option is what? A, 0. See, what is the probability that the roots of the equation are real? N less than 4. N is less than 4. N is natural number. So 103. What is the b square minus 4? Is 1 minus 4 into 1, right? 4 and right. 1 minus 4 should be greater than 0. So 1 should be greater than 4n. Fine. 1 should be greater than 4n. B square minus 4 is 1 square minus 4 into n greater than 0. So I can say 1 by 4 greater than n. This implies n should be what? Less than 1 by 4. Not possible only. Minimum value of n is what? 1. Because it's natural number. So option is 0. 103. What? A. 0 is the answer. 0 is the answer. 104. Events are that P not A. So what is the PA value? PA will be 3 by 10. PB is equal to 7 by 10 and P is okay. So probability of P, that's the probability of what? B is equal to what? P A intersection B by, so P, this is the formula, right? P intersection B. So what is the PB? 7 by 10 into 3 by 14. So this will be what? So P intersection B is equal to what? 20. 3 by 20. Okay. So they are asking PB slash A. So P A intersection B by what? P A, right? So 3 by 20. What is the P A value? Into 10 by 3. So 1 by 2 is the answer. Okay. Fine, got it? So 104 option is 104 option is D. What is the option here? D. 104 option is what? D. See here you have 7 white balls and 3 black balls are arranged in a row. What is the probability? So 7 3 balls and 7 black balls, so 3 okay, white balls. Okay. So total probability will be how much? In S is equal to factorial 10, right? And you have 3 black balls and 7 white balls. So first you arrange all white balls. How many white balls are there? 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. This can be arranged in 7. And see for this black remaining black balls, they can, this will become 8C3 into factorial 3. So answer is what? Divide by factorial 10. So we will be getting factorial 8 divided by factorial 3, factorial 5, okay, into 10 into 9 into 8 into factorial 3. Just factorial 7 I have cancelled. Factorial 7 I have 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 factorial. So this is cancelled. And this will be what we will get 8 into 7 into 6 into 5 factorial and divided by 5 factorial into 10 into 9 into 8. This is cancelled. 8 and 8 cancelled. 3 2 ja, 3 3 ja, 2 5 ja. So 7 by factorial is the answer. So A, option A is correct. A 106 C, modulus of X is continuous everywhere, but this is not differentiable at X equal to 0. So 106 option is what? 106 option 106 option 1 is correct only. A 107 right hand limit of F is equal to at X equal to 1. So this will become 1 by 1 1. So C 108 sine of 1 by x square is not continuous at X equal to 0. Okay, because they don't know what value it will take. So 108 option 2 is correct. 1 and 2. B is correct option. 109. See, Fx equal to 1 minus sin x. Maximum value of 1 minus sin x can be 2. And the minimum value of this can be 0. So range will become 0 to 2, including 0 and 2. So option B is correct. 110. This will be 1. Because you can write here cos 6, here you can write what? Pi. See, pi minus 6 is right here. Okay. So this will become 5. So this will become cos inverse cos of x. X we will get what? Cos of pi minus x. Right? Oh, sorry, pi plus x, you write pi plus x because x is minus pi 4, right? Okay. So this will be 1 is the correct answer. C. Just you integrating, right? So you will be getting A. This is very easy questions. 1, 1, 2. Yes. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, next is consider the following statement: f is equal to x square plus 1 in the interval 1 to 2. Maximum value of the function is 5. Okay. See here, 1, 1, 2. F dash x is equal to what? 2x, right? When it will be 0? It will be 0. See, it will be 0 at is equal to 0. X is equal to 0, right? So at x, as you know, this is the one minimum value it will give you, right? X is equal to 0, it will give you what? Minimum value. Okay, after that, this it will be what? If x is greater than 0, this will be monotonic continuously a strictly increasing function it will be. When x is greater than 0. So you cannot have maximum and minimum value here. So 1, 1, 2 option D is correct. What is the option here? D. See? See, f dash x integration is what? 1 to 4. F dash x is equal to what? F of x, right? 1 to 4. F of 4 minus f of 1. So value will be what? 0. Because f of 4 is equal to f of this will be what? F of 4 minus f of 1. So 0. Okay, next. It will follow the log of cos x. Nothing but cos x. Cos x difference is what? Sin x. So 0 to pi by 2. So this will be 1 will answer. So 114 option. 114. 113 option is B. 114 option is 114 option is C. Okay. C. Fine. Now 1 minus sin 2x, I can write what? Cos x minus sin x. Okay, 1 minus sin 2 is equal to what? A square root of 1 minus sin of 2x is equal to nothing but cos of x minus sin of x, right? If you simplify this, you will get it. So integration of this will be how much? Integration will be sin x. Here, sin is integration minus cos x minus plus cos x plus c. This is the integration of this, right? This is the integration of this. Question number 114. This is how much? Okay, fine. So A is equal to what? 1 and B is equal to 2. A sin x is equal to A sin x plus B cos of x plus A. A is equal to 1 and B is equal to what? Also 1, right? So A plus B minus 2 is equal to 0. So option 114, option B is correct. 114 option B is correct. Okay, 115. Order will be what? 2. B is correct or 115 B is correct. Fine. Next one. See, 116. If touching both the what? So we will be getting x square plus y square minus 2 alpha x is equal to radius, right? Is equal to alpha square, right? Plus alpha square is equal to 0, right? This is the equation of the circle which is touching both the axes. If you differentiate this, what will you get? 2x plus 2y into dy by dx minus 2 alpha is equal to what? 0. Fine. So what the degree here? Degree will be 1. Order will also be 1. Because alpha is equal to find the value of alpha, substitute in this. Substitute, find the value of alpha, substitute in this. So degree will be 2. Degree will be 2 because here alpha square is right. So degree will be 2. Order will be 1 and degree will be 2. So what? This is question. So this is 117. 117. This is question number 117. And what is the order of the difference ellipse? Hello, see, there is some proceed. This is question number 115. Okay, and this is 116. This is 117. This is question number 117. So see, all alpha square we have. If you are squaring alpha, you will get divided by dx the whole square also, right? So here 117 option is B. 117 option is what? B. 118. See, differential equation here. Y is equal to see, this is very simple. To find y1 is equal to what? Minus b by what? X square. This implies x square y1 is equal to minus b. This will become x square y2 plus 2x y1 is equal to what? 0. Plus, right? Okay, fine. Plus, right? 2x. Got it? So what will we get here? I take x common. So x y2 plus can take x 2 y1 is equal to 0. So option 118. Option is what? X y2 plus 2 y1 is equal to 0. B is correct option. What? B. Option B is correct. Option B is correct. 118 option B. B is correct. Let's come to 119. See, log of tan x dx equal to 0 to pi. Yeah, how do you do this? Okay, fine. See, this is nothing but just to see, this is very simple actually. This you can apply the formula a plus b minus x. Okay, so 0 to pi log of tan x by 2 can written what? Even log of 0 to pi, tan log of tan cot of pi by 2. Okay, and tan pi by 2 into cot pi, tan x by 2 into cot x by 2 will be 1 if you multiply both. So this value will be 0. So option A is correct. 119. Option A, 0. 0 to pi, log of tan of x by 2 dx is what? 0. What does where does the tangent to the curve y is equal to exponential x at the point 0, 1 means? See, 120. 120. Where does the tangent to the curve y is equal to exponential x meet the x-axis? What is the equation here? What is the dy by dx? Is equal to exponential x. So which point? 0, 1. So dy by dx at 0, 1 will be what? 1. So equation will be y minus 1 is equal to 1x. Okay. So where we take the x-axis, y is equal to 0 is x equal to minus 1. So it will meet at minus 1, 0. So 120 option is what? B is correct. Fine. Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
So very good afternoon to all of you. So in this session, we are going to discuss NDA question paper. Okay, so I think let us start from question number, I think 60. So So I'll start this discussion with question number 60. So let us move to question number 60 now. Yeah. So this question is from atomic structure. So what is that question? Rutherford's alpha particle scattering experiment was responsible for the discovery of which one of the following? So this is NDA question paper. It's in that question number 60. So question number 60 is Rutherford's alpha particle scattering experiment was responsible for the discovery of which one of the following? So in Rutherford's alpha ray scattering experiment, already we discussed in class. So it is all about discovery of nucleus. So previous to Rutherford's atomic alpha ray scattering experiment, Thomson, he assumed that positive charge is uniformly distributed over the entire atom. But in Rutherford's alpha ray scattering experiment, he discovered that the positive charge is not present all over the atom. It is present in a very small portion at the center of atom, So that is termed as nucleus. Okay. So in this experiment, the discovery of nucleus was done by Rutherford. So option C. So for question number 60, correct option is C. Next, question number 61. Question number 61. Maximum number of electrons. Maximum number of electrons in M shell. So we have K, L, M, N shells. So in K shell, only s orbital is present. Only s orbital is present. So we have only 2 electrons because s orbital can accommodate 2 electrons. L shell have both s and p orbitals. S 2 electrons, p 6 electrons. So that is 8 electrons. M shell, this is our question. S orbital, p orbital and d orbital. So total 2 plus p orbital can accommodate 6 electrons and d orbital can accommodate 10 electrons. So total 18 electrons. So this is our answer. So M shell can accommodate total 18 electrons. So which option is correct for this? This is also option C. Option C. So that is question number 61. So let us move to question number 62. Question number 62. Chlorine occurs in nature in 2 isotopic forms of masses, 35 atomic units and 37 atomic mass units. Okay. So chlorine has 2 isotopes, Cl35 and Cl37. And these 2 are present in which ratio? Ratio is given, that is 3:1. Then what is the average atomic mass of chlorine atom? What is the average atomic mass of chlorine atom? So average atomic mass of chlorine, how you will get? So 35 atomic mass units ratio is 3. So 35 into 3 plus atomic mass 37 is having only one part. So 37 into 1 divided by total ratio. Total ratio is 3 plus 1. So that is 105 plus 37 by 4. You will get 35.5. So average atomic mass of chlorine is 35.5. Next, question number 63. So this is just theory part. No numerical is involved here. So which one of the following elements isotopes is used in the treatment of cancer? So in the treatment of cancer, generally we use cobalt. So which answer? Which option? So option C here. Option C here. For sorry, I forgot to tell you. Question number 62. Question number 62. Option will be B. Option will be B. That is 35.5. But for question number 63, You see, it is cobalt. So which option? C. So cobalt is used in the treatment of cancer. Next, question number 64. We'll move to question number 64. To protect steel and iron from rusting. So this is rusting of metals like steel and iron. A thin layer of which one of the following metals is applied? This also we discussed in class. Okay. So what is it? Zinc. So zinc plus iron or zinc plus steel. So this is what we call galvanization. Already we discussed in our class. So galvanization is a process of mixing zinc with iron so that we can avoid rusting of iron or steel. So answer is zinc. So which option? For question number 64, option is B. That is zinc. Next, question number 65. We move to question number 65. So when it comes to question number 65, cinnabar. Cinnabar is an ore of which one of the following? So which one of the following? So here answer is mercury. So cinnabar is the ore of mercury. So which option here? Mercury means option C. Option C. So this is up to question number 65. Next question in chemistry is 69. We'll move to question number 69. Question number 69. Tyndall effect. So this we discussed in colloids, heterogeneous mixture. So what is Tyndall effect? Tyndall effect is related to optical property of colloids. Optical property of colloids. So what is Tyndall effect, sir? What is Tyndall effect? Tyndall effect is nothing but scattering of light. Scattering of light by colloidal particles. By colloidal particles. So this is Tyndall effect. So this is which option? Option A. Option A. Next, question number 81. We are discussing only chemistry related questions only because our subject is chemistry. So next question number 81. So what is question number 81? Yes, the pH value of milk of magnesia. pH of milk of magnesia. Already we discussed this in our class. What is milk of magnesia? Calcium hydroxide. Sorry, magnesium hydroxide, not calcium hydroxide. It is milk of magnesia is magnesium hydroxide. So what is the use? We discussed in our classroom that it is used as an antacid. Antacid. So it works against acid. So it should possess basic nature. Basic nature means among the given options which is having pH range of a base. That is option C. Option C. So that is 10. So actually magnesium hydroxide pH range is 10.5. But the question is about approximate value. It is 10. If you don't even remember the value, then it is easy to answer the question because milk of magnesia is having basic nature because it is used as antacid. So you can easily find out that answer. Option C, that is pH may be, it is approximately equal to 10. Next, question number 82. Question number 82. Which one of the following compounds is used in black and white photography? Which one of the following compounds is used in black and white photography? So, compound used in black and white photography. This also we discussed in our class. Which compound? AgCl, silver chloride is used in black and white photography, because AGCL it is having a specific nature, that is AGCL is photosensitive. It is photosensitive. So AGCL is used in black and white photography. That means it is used as a coating on that photographic film. It is used as a coating on the photographic film. So the compound used in black and white photography is silver chloride, because its nature is photosensitive. So which option? Option C. Which option? Option C. Next, question number 83. We'll move to question number 83. So, what is the number of water molecules present in a ferrous sulfate crystal? So, question is about number of water molecules in ferrous sulfate crystal, FeSO4. So, we know that FeSO4 can combine with how many water molecules? 7 water molecules. It can combine with 7 water molecules. Here, water molecules acts as ligands. Okay. But here, this FeSO4 can combine with 7 water molecules. So, which option? Which option? D. Question number 82, 83. Question number 83. Option D. 7 water molecules. 7 water molecules. So, FeSO4, 7H2O. It is also known as green vitriol. Okay. Next question number 84. Question number 84. What is question number 84? What is the color of the precipitate obtained by passing carbon dioxide gas through lime water? What is the reaction given there? When carbon dioxide gas passed through lime water. What is lime water? Calcium hydroxide. When it is treated with carbon dioxide, then what you will get? Calcium carbonate precipitate. You will get a precipitate plus water. So now this precipitate, that means carbon dioxide has a specific nature of, what is the specific nature? Carbon dioxide can term lime water, this is lime water milky. The milky color is due to the presence of calcium carbonate. Insoluble precipitate is formed in the solution. So milky or white colored precipitate. White colored precipitate. It is not given milky there, but white option is given there. So for question number 84, which option? Option C. White precipitate. You will get a white precipitate due to the formation of a precipitate calcium carbonate. Then question number 85. We'll move to question number 85. Question number 85. Which one of the following pairs of elements is liquid at room temperature and at normal pressure? So, liquid at room temperature and normal pressure. That means the normal conditions. Room temperature means 25 degrees Celsius. Normal pressure is 1 atm, 1 atmospheric pressure. So at these conditions, in the periodic table, which elements are present in liquid state? This also we discussed in our classroom a discussion, that is mercury and bromine. These are the only 2 elements which are present in liquid state even at a normal condition. That means room temperature and normal pressure. So mercury and bromine. So which option? So option mercury and bromine is given in B. Option B, mercury and bromine. So these 2 are liquids, exist as liquids at room temperature. So this is question number 85. Then question number 86. Move to question number 86. Which one of the following methods can be used to separate anthracene from a mixture of salt and anthracene? Let us suppose if you are having salt and anthracene. So our task is to, salt is nothing but table salt, NaCl. So you have to separate NaCl and anthracene from this mixture, separate anthracene from this mixture. So anthracene, already gave you examples. This is a sublimable compound. Which one? Camphor, naphthalene, anthracene. All these compounds are sublimable compounds. So which method is used? Sublimation. So sublimation is used to separate anthracene from a mixture of salt and anthracene. So which option? So sublimation is given in option B. Option B. Next, after that, question number 122. We'll move to question number 122. Yeah. Which one of the following ions is not isoelectronic with F minus? Question number 122. Which one of the following ions not isoelectronic with F minus? So what is isoelectronic? Isoelectronic means having same number of electrons, So F minus has how many electrons? Fluorine actually 9. Negative sign indicates addition of 1 electron. So total 10 electrons in F minus. But here the question is about not isoelectronic. That means among the following ions, which is not having 10 electrons. If you go for option D. What is option D? N minus. Nitrogen atomic number is 7. So 7 electrons. Negative sign indicates addition of 1 electron. So how many electrons? 8 electrons. So N minus is not isoelectronic with F minus. Because N minus is having only 8 electrons, whereas F minus is having 10 electrons. So option, correct answer is D. Because not isoelectronic. That is about question number 122. Then next question. Question number 123. Question number 123. What is the total number of covalent bonds in methanol? Total number of covalent bonds in methanol. Alcohols means meth, only one carbon. So CH3OH. So methanol. So if you want to find out covalent bonds in methanol, you should know the structure of methanol first. Carbon is having 3 hydrogens, H. Okay. So here total, the question is about total number of covalent bonds in methanol. How many covalent bonds are there? So this is sigma bond, covalent bond. This is sigma. So total how many covalent bonds are there? 3 plus 1, 4 covalent bonds are there. 4 plus OH bond is also there. So total how many bonds? You can make a note of this. 1, 2, 3. This is 4th. This is 5th. So all are covalent bonds only. So total 5 covalent bonds. So which option? Option C. Next, question number 124. What is question number 124? Which one of the following is the chemical formula of plaster of Paris? Chemical formula of plaster of Paris. So what is plaster of Paris chemical formula? So plaster of Paris is hemihydrate, calcium sulfate, hemihydrate. That means half H2O. You can see there first option itself. So option A. Option A is your correct answer. So calcium sulfate hemihydrate. Hemihydrate means half H2O. So this is about question number 124. So this is all questions given in this NDA exam 2021 November. So you just check the key so that you will get how many questions you answered correctly. Okay. So this is about NDA question paper discussion 2021 November. Okay. That's it for this session. We'll meet in the next session.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I hope everyone had a good examination, have performed well for the examination. So now we'll be discussing the questions from geography, history. Yes, so now we'll be discussing the questions from the subjects of geography, history, current affairs, polity, and economics, which have appeared for the 2021 NDA 2 examination. So we'll straight away start with the questions. We'll start from the question number 51, which comes from the current affairs part. Okay, the question is like this. Dinko Singh, an Asian Games gold medalist who died recently, was associated with which of the following games? Okay, Dinko Singh. So the options goes like this, like swimming, boxing, archery, and gymnastic. And Dinko Singh was an Asian Game gold medalist who represented India in the event of boxing. So B is the right answer. Moving to question number 52. Who among the following is the lone Indian cricketer included in the ICC Hall of Fame special inductions to mark the inaugural ICC World Test Championship final? So in the last year, in the just before the World Test Championship final, ICC have inducted around 10 players to the Hall of Fame, and it had one Indian, and that Indian was D. Vinu Mangat. 53. Which one of the following nations is not a permanent member of G7? G7 or Group of Seven is the global alliance of the 7 most developed nations of the world. And India, you know, it's not a developed nation. We are still a developing nation. So India is not member of a G7. So A is the right answer. All the other countries are part of G7. Earlier, that grouping was called as G8, which included Russia also. And with the withdrawal of Russia, the G8 became G7. So the answer here is A, India. 54, Operation Olivia, an initiative to protect the olive lily turtles, is undertaken by Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, Ministry of Earth Sciences. So olive ridley turtles is a species of turtles which generally comes or lay their eggs in the Bitterganga coast on the Odisha region. So to protect them, the Indian Coast Guard has come up with the project called as Indian Olivia. So usually we'll have a tendency to mark for option C, that's the Ministry of Environment, but here Operation Olivia is undertook by Indian Coast Guard, option B. 55. Who among the following is the winner of the French Open 2021 men's singles final? Novak Djokovic. 56. Economist Rebecca Greenspan, who recently became the first woman to be appointed as the head of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, hails from. Okay, economist Rebecca Greenspan is hailing from the country of Costa Rica. 57. Belt and Road Initiative, that was always in newspaper for the past few years. It's a foreign policy initiative of China, USA, Canada, Japan. So it's a connectivity program. It's a connectivity program by China, just connecting the Chinese provinces to the rest of the world, majorly to the European countries through railways and roadways. So Belt and Road Initiative, or you might have heard about something like this, OBOR, One Belt, One Road. It was an initiative, connectivity program by China, sponsored by China. Which one of the following is the theme of the International Day of Yoga 2021? International Day of Yoga is celebrated on June 21. That's on summer solstice every year. And for the year of 2021, the theme of the International Yoga Day was Yoga for Well-being, option C. Moving to question number 59, Kenneth Kaunda, who died recently at the age of 97, was the former president of Brazil, Mexico, Zambia, South Sudan. Okay, so Kenneth Kaunda, who died recently, was the former president of Zambia, the African nation. Question number 60, the maiden Indian Navy European Union Naval Force, UNAV-4 exercise 2021 was conducted in Gulf of Mannar, Gulf of Aden, Gulf of Kambat, Gulf of Aqaba. So these are some water bodies which are majorly around the Indian Ocean region. So this first Indian Navy European Union Naval Force exercise was conducted in Gulf of Aden. And you must be knowing where Gulf of Aden is lying. Gulf of Aden is lying between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula of the Asian region. So the answer is B, Gulf of Aden. Okay. Now moving to question number 71. Okay, which one of the following, which one from among the following planets are largest in size? Okay, you must be knowing that Jupiter is the largest planet, but here Jupiter is not given. So among the following, which one is the largest? Earth, Venus, Mars, Mercury. So you must be knowing Mercury is a smaller planet. Okay, so Mercury cannot be answer. It must be either Earth, Venus, or Mars. So Venus and Mars, you usually always study about Venus and Mars because the space agencies are always conducting studies regarding Venus and Mars. So it must be either Venus or Earth, because Venus and Earth are known as twin planets because both are almost alike. Mars is very much smaller than these two planets. Okay, if you look at the diameter of these particular planets, you know that Mercury is around 2439 kilometers of diameter. Mars is around 3389 kilometers of diameter. Venus is around 6051 and Earth is around 6371. So the largest in size is Earth. Okay, even though Venus and Earth are almost similar in size, among them, Earth is the larger one. 72 is the match the following question regarding the place and the feature. Okay, on the one side, we have the places like Mumbai, Visakhapatnam, Chennai, Kochi. On the other side, we have the Queen of Arabian Sea, biggest port of India, landlocked harbor, and oldest port on the eastern coast. So, Kochi is known as the Queen of Arabian Sea. That is quite famous. I think most of you must be knowing. Or you must be knowing that the biggest port of India is the Mumbai port. Okay, either one of these data you must be knowing. So if you're knowing that Mumbai is the biggest port of India, you can connect A to 2. So you can check whether where all A is matched with 2. So it must be A or B. The answer must be either A or B. And if you are getting either one of it, like A or D, you will get, if you are knowing Kochi is known as the Arabian Sea, then also you can eliminate the other two options and reach to A or B. So next is you need to check whether which one is the biggest landlocked harbor and which one is the oldest port on eastern coast. Okay. So Visakhapatnam is basically the landlocked harbor, and Chennai is the oldest port on eastern coast. So the answer must be B. So it goes on like this. Mumbai is the biggest port of India. Visakhapatnam is the landlocked harbor. Chennai is the oldest port on eastern coast, and Kochi is the Queen of Arabian Sea. So answer is going to be B. 2, 3, 4, 1. Moving on, question number 73. Which one of the following is a crater lake? Crater lake means lake which is formed by a meteorite impact. Okay, so when you're learning about the lakes, you must have learned about this crater lake, that is the Lonar Lake. Okay, Lonar Lake was formed by a meteoritic collision with the earth, and after that, the water started to accumulate. So we had the presence of a lake, that is the Lonar Lake. 74. Fine-grained bed of ephemeral lake in desert is also known as playa, oasis, drumlin, natural levee. If you have studied regarding the landforms which are caused by the erosion and deposition of the various, like the wind, by the water, by the glaciers, etc., you must have studied the names playa, oasis, drumlin, and natural levee. Drumlin is basically formed by glacial erosion, so it cannot be formed on deserts. Natural levees is related to rivers. It also cannot be formed in deserts. Both playa and oasis is related to deserts. You must be knowing about oasis. Oasis is a place where we have some greeneries in deserts. Playa is the right answer of the ephemeral lake in a desert. That is the option A. 74 answer is option A. 75. Which one of the following factors does not affect distribution of groundwater? Amount of precipitation, rate of evaporation, ability of the ground surface to allow water to infiltrate into groundwater system, distance from the sea. Okay, which one of the following factors does not affect the distribution of groundwater? So here, groundwater, you might have heard about the groundwater recharge. Okay, groundwater recharge means when the rainfall is falling down or the water from the atmosphere is coming down and is seeping to the soil, to the ground or the interior of earth. So where we have the groundwater storage. So you can see all the first three factors given in option A, option B, and option C that are related to this rainwater storage. Okay, amount of precipitation is there. A rate of evaporation is more means there will be less water seeping into, so that will be also there. So the ability of the groundwater surface to infiltrate, that is also there. So the distance from the sea. Because we know that if you look at the groundwater distribution, it's not like the region near to the sea will have more water, region away from the sea will have less water. It's nothing like that. So this distance from the sea is not affecting the distribution of groundwater, but the distance from the sea is affecting the quality of groundwater. Like if it is nearby the sea, there will be more sea or the saline infiltration, making the water salty. So the answer is D. The Constitution Amendment Act, the 35th Amendment Act of 1974, is related to which of the following states? Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh. You can relate it to the political where the national integration was happening, or it can be related to history, that is post-independence. The 35th Amendment Act of 1974, we did it for adding of a state or new state called as Sikkim. Sorry. So the 76 answer is B, Sikkim. 77. Which one of the following best describes the electoral system of India? Okay, if you look at the electoral system of India, like for our state elections, state legislative elections, and the Lok Sabha elections, and this local body election like the Panchayat, municipality, etc., it goes like this. There will be a number of candidates. Like we have 3 candidates. All the people will come, all the voters will come. They will vote, and the candidate getting maximum number of votes is election. So this system is usually followed in India, and this system is called the first past the post system. There is another one called as the proportional representation. That means in that setup, you are going to give your priority, the according priorities, like A, B, C are the 3 candidates. I gave my first priority to A, B, second priority to B, third to C. Similarly, many people will be voting, and the person getting the particular number of first priority will win. Okay, that's a complicated system. Okay, but this system is also used in India. Okay, for the president election and for the Rajya Sabha election, we are using proportional representation. Even though we are using both these, if you are asked a question describing the electoral system of India, you should go for A, that is the first past for post system. So 77, the answer is going to be A, first past the post system. 78, which one of the following is the non-justiciable right? Non-justiciable means if this right is not given, you cannot go to court for enforcing it. Justiciable right means you can go to court for the enforcement of that particular right. So if you look at the rights, like we have the fundamental rights and DPSP. Fundamental right is justiciable in nature. DPSP is non-justiciable in nature. So DPSP is in non-justiciable nature means you need to check which one of the following is a fundamental right, which one of the following is a DPSP. If it's a fundamental right, it is going to be justiciable. So right to adequate livelihood, right against exploitation, that's a fundamental right. Right of accused is a fundamental right. Right to life, fundamental right. So these all B, C, D comes under fundamental right, and A appears to be from DPSP. So A is a non-justiciable right. So 78 answer is A. 79, which one of the following is not a writ? Okay, writ is mentioned as per the Article 32, that is right to constitutional remedies, in which you are, and also Article 226. Okay, the Supreme Court and High Court have the power to issue writs. Supreme Court issues writs under the right under Article 32, while High Court issues under Article 226. And the writs which are enjoyed by Indian courts include, we have the habeas corpus, we have mandamus, we have certiorari, we have quo warranto, and prohibition. So these are the 5 writs that we are having. Severability is not a writ. So answer is D. 79, answer is D, severability. Question number 80. Which one of the following is not a part of fundamental rights? Okay. Which one of the following is not a part of fundamental rights? Right to education, right to establish education institution by minorities, right to be conferred with titles, right against untouchability. So regarding the fundamental rights, right to education, Article 21A, the education minorities are 28, 29 comes, conferred with titles, let's be there. Right against untouchability comes under Article 17. Article 18, we have a right that is related to titles. That is not right to be conferred with titles. It is the abolition of titles. Okay, that is the Indian government is abolishing some of the titles like Raj Bahadur, Diwan Bahadur, etc. So C is the answer over here. 80 answer C. 81, which one of the following is not a function of the Constitution of India? Okay, which one of the following is not a function of the Constitution of India? To ensure participation of the good people in politics, to guarantee a set of rights to citizens, to define the power of the different organs of government, to create conditions for just society. So if you look at this one, A, to ensure participation of good people in politics. Do you have anything like to ensure the participation of good people in politics? Yes, we have some laws that is regarding the criminalization of politics, like the people who have been jailed for 2 years or more cannot participate in elections at all. But that is not mentioned in the Constitution of India. That is generally mentioned in the Representation of People's Act. not in the Constitution of India. That is mentioned in separate act and the Representation of People's Act. Okay, so A is not there. A is the answer. Anyway, we look at the other options also. To guarantee the sets of rights to citizens, that is mentioned in Fundamental Right, Part 3 of the Constitution. To define the power of different organs of government, yes, we have the well-established powers of legislative, executive, or the different organs like the CAG, etc. That is very well mentioned in the Constitution. To create conditions for just society, we have DPSP, etc. So all the other are very well mentioned in the Constitution, but A is not mentioned in the Constitution. It is mentioned in the Representative People's Act. So answer is 81. Answer is A. Moving on. 82. Which one of the following statement about biodiversity is not correct? The term biodiversity was coined by Walter G. Rosen in 1986. The term biodiversity hotspot was coined by Norman Myers in 1988. The region having richest biodiversity are called as biodiversity hotspots. More than 100 hotspots of biodiversity are identified in the world. So these two, anyway, you can get the option C to be a right statement. You are asked about not correct statement. C is going to be a right statement. You know that biodiversity hotspot is a region having rich biodiversity. So we can eliminate C from it. A and B seems to be a bit factual, but if you look at D, more than 100 hotspots of biodiversity are identified in the world. Or you can say, in our planet Earth, we have more than 100 of biodiversity hotspots. That is a bit doubtful. Okay, if you look at the number of biodiversity hotspots in India itself, we are having only 3. So in world total, we are having only 36. So it's like an absurd statement of 100 hotspot value, which is given by UPSC. So the answer is D. D is not correct. Okay, there are no more than 36 biodiversity hotspots. The Earth's atmosphere is mainly heated by which one of the following? Short wave solar radiation, reflected solar radiation, long wave terrestrial radiation, and scattered solar radiation. So if you look at this, you can say like this. In Earth, we have sun, the radiation from the sun coming into Earth, hits Earth and it goes back. In its path, it is passing through some clouds which reflects and absorbs some of these things. So the question is like this: which is the main source of heating of Earth's atmosphere? So reflected solar radiation, it is something that is reflected back to the space. So it cannot heat. That's not the thing. Scattered solar radiation is not also the answer. So short wave solar radiation, that is incoming, and long wave terrestrial radiation. So you can see the solar radiation heating on the Earth's surface is radiating back. This is known as the terrestrial radiation. So the incoming solar radiation over here, that is basically short wave. The outgoing after the terrestrial radiation is basically long wave. So if you look at the reason or the major, mainly heated by the long wave terrestrial radiation. So 83, the answer is C, long wave terrestrial radiation. Moving on, question number 80. Question number 84. Which one of the following is the correct sequence of the layers as we move from the Earth's surface upwards? So when you are moving atmosphere, but we have know that atmosphere is classified into different layers, which is the correct order. Troposphere, stratosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere. Troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere. Thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, troposphere. Stratosphere, mesosphere, troposphere, thermosphere. So basically, you must be knowing that if you're looking at the layers of the atmosphere, the bottommost layer is troposphere. That everyone must be knowing. You have studied from the basic school days. So we can eliminate C and D. So answer must be either A or B. And out of these other 4 layers, other 3 layers like stratosphere, thermosphere, and mesosphere, you must be knowing that thermosphere is coming last. So the answer is B. So if you look at the correct sequence of the layers of the atmosphere, it goes like this. We have the troposphere first, then we have the stratosphere, then we have the mesosphere, then we have the thermosphere. The correct sequence given is option B. Tropo, strato, meso, and thermo. 85. Which one of the following is not a soil forming factor? Parent material, topography, climate, human inhabitation. So you know that we might have studied our osmosis called as weathering, in which the larger rocks are breaking down to smaller rocks. These smaller rocks are further breaking down to soil particles. So the soil particles formed from this rock are broken down from the parent rock, and it's depending upon the rate of this soil forming, depending upon the many other factors. So the major factors which are affecting this formation of soil, it include the parent material, topography of the region, climate of the region, the hardness of the rocks, everything. Human inhabitation, we cannot say it's out comparing these three. Human habitation is having least importance in the case of soil forming factor. So answer is D. 86 is a question regarding the Earth's interior. Which one of the following best describes the lithosphere? Upper and lower mantle, crust and core, crust and upper mantle, lower mantle and core. So basically, you must study that regarding Earth's interior. We have basically the simple classification of crust, mantle, and core. We can again classify it into, okay, this will be crust. Then mantle we can classify into upper mantle, lower mantle. Core we can classify into outer core, inner core. We can again classify this layer based on mechanical layers like lithosphere, asthenosphere, mesosphere, and barysphere. The question is regarding this lithosphere. So lithosphere includes the region of crust and upper mantle. 86 answer is C. 87. Which one of the following countries has the maximum time difference from Greenwich Mean Time? India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan. So you know that the time of a region is varying according to the longitude, not the latitude, longitude. And in India, we have an Indian Standard Time that is around 5 hours and 30 minutes ahead of GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. This Greenwich Mean Time is the time at the Greenwich Meridian, which is passing through the Royal Observatory in London. So Indian time is 5 hours and 30 minutes ahead of GMT. So what about the others? That will answer the question. So you know that the Indian Standard Time is mentioned at a longitude of 82 degree 5 minutes east, that is passing through the region of Allahabad. So you need to check whether these countries are lying east of Allahabad. So that means it is lying east, means it will be having more time difference compared to this Greenwich Mean Time. So Nepal, Bhutan is almost lying same to this Indian Standard Time, or the 82 degree 5 minutes east. Sorry, Nepal and Sri Lanka. Bhutan is lying somewhat east. So Bhutan is having more time difference. Like I think Bhutan, the time difference is around 6 hours. So answer is going to be D, Bhutan. Which one of the following is not a feature of the Constitution of India? It provides a set of basic rules. It specifies the power of government. It is a supreme law of land. It specifies the supremacy of judiciary. Not a feature of Constitution of India. Constitution, it's basically a set of basic rules which specify the powers of government. This is supreme law of land. It is not is it specifying the supremacy of judiciary? It's not specifying the supremacy of judiciary. Okay, judiciary is not completely supreme. So answer is D. 89. Which one of the following statement about the Attorney General is not correct? He has the right of audience only in Supreme Court of India. He shall receive such remuneration as the President may determine. He shall be qualified to be appointed as the judge of Supreme Court. He shall give advice to the Government of India on all legal matters. So Attorney General is like the advocate of the government, of the central government. So he want to, or he is supposed to represent the central government in the cases in which central government is having. So you can say that the cases against central government can come either in Supreme Court or High Court. So he should be able to be, or he should be having the right to audience in High Court also. He is also having the right to audience in the Parliament also. So Attorney General is basically having the right to audience in all courts of India. Not especially Supreme Court, but to all courts of India. So A is the wrong statement. Okay. 90. Who among the following is describe the DPSP as the novel feature of the Constitution of India? Novel feature of the Constitution, or novel feature of the Constitution. DPSP as the novel feature. Jawaharlal Nehru, Rajendra Prasad, S.N. Mukherjee, B.R. Ambedkar. Of course, it is B.R. Ambedkar, who said that DPSP as the novel feature of the Constitution of India. Next is 91, 92. This comes from, I think, physics part. Next GK question comes from question number 111. Yeah, 111 from history. Modern India. Which of the following statement about the Indian Councils Act of 1861 is correct? It enlarged the Governor General's Council for the purpose of making laws. The Governor General was not authorized to increase the number of members. So the Britishers, when they ruled in India, they looked after the administration by passing acts. You might have heard about the Regulating Act of 1773, Pitt's India Act of 1784, the Charter Acts of 1793, 1813, 1833, 1853, the 1858 Act, Good Governance Act. Then we have the Councils Act, etc. So in the 1861 Councils Act, it enlarged, that's right. The Governor General was given the power to appoint the Lieutenant Generals and all. So the second statement is wrong. So answer is A, one only. 112 Tattvabodhini Patrika is correct. Which of the following is correct? It promoted a systematic study of India's past in the Bengali language. It promoted a systematic study of India's past through Sanskrit language, through Persian sources, through Western sources. So basically, Tattvabodhini Patrika is released by the Tattvabodhini Sabha, which is related to Debendranath Tagore. So when you hear the term Debendranath Tagore, you must be knowing that he's from Bengal. So this particular paper or journal, it is the systematic study of India's past in the Bengali language. So answer is A. In which one of the following years did the British demarcate a large area of land as Damin Eco for settling the Santals? 1810, 1793, 1885, 1832. So Damin Eco to the Santals. Heard about the Santal rebellion. Okay, Santal rebellion. So the British demarcated an area for the Santals and named it Damin Eco in the year of 1832. So the answer is D, 1832. The Tropic of Cancer does not pass through which of the following states? Manipur, West Bengal, Gujarat, Jharkhand. So Tropic of Cancer is one of the most important latitude, which is 23 degree 5 minutes or 23.5 degree north. So it is passing through India. It is passing through some specific states of India. So the question is, which among the following is not the one which through which this Tropic of Cancer is passing through? So the Tropic of Cancer is passing through Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, I think Chhattisgarh also. Then we have West Bengal, Mizoram, and Tripura. And it is not passing through Manipur. So 114, the answer is A, Manipur. Next, 115. Which of the following pairs of crop or product are currently matched? Food crop, rabi, cash crop, jute, plantation crop coconut. So food crop, that means the crop which is cultivated as food. Cash crop, which is cultivated with profit motive. Plantation, this is crop which is cultivated in large amount in huge areas. So ragi is a food crop, you must be knowing. So one is right, so you can eliminate B and D. Jute is a cash crop. Okay, it is cultivated majorly in the eastern parts of India. So 2 is also correct. If you get 1 and 2 correct, you can go for C, 1, 2, and 3. Coconut is cultivated as a plantation crop in mainly the southern states and also the coastal states. 116. Which one of the following coal fields is not located in Jharkhand? So if you look regarding the coal fields, we can see the coal is largely distributed in the Chotanagpur region of India, which includes the states of Jharkhand, we have Odisha, some part of West Bengal, some part of Chhattisgarh, etc. So we have Jharia, Ramgarh, Devgarh, and Umaria. So Jharia mines, Ramgarh mines, Devgarh mines. These 3 are famous coal mines. Out of these 4, this Devgarh mines is located in Odisha, not in Jharkhand. So answer for question number 116 is C, Devgarh. Question number 117. Which one of the following is the longest parallel of latitude? So you know that latitudes are the ones which are circumambulating around Earth. And these latitudes, equator is 0 degree, Arctic Circle is 6.5 degree north, Tropic of Capricorn 23.5 degree south, Tropic of Cancer 23.5 degree north. So out of these, which one is the longest one? So you know that which of these degrees will be having the greatest circumference? That is the question. So if you know that the Earth's surface shape is the shape of a geoid, you can say that it is having the longest circumference or the greatest circumference along the 0 degree. So that means along the equator, it will be the lengthiest one. So answer is D, 0 degree equator. It is the longest parallel of latitude. Question number 180. The periodic rise and fall of ocean water in response to gravitational force is called current, waves, tides, tsunami. So basically, you must be knowing from the topic of oceanography, ocean currents are the channel-like movement of water through a particular channel. It's river-like flow of ocean water, that is oceanic currents. Waves is the movement of oceanic water, is the influence of wind. Tide is the periodic rise and fall of ocean water in response to gravitational force. It is due to the gravitational force of sun and moon. So tsunami, basically, they are the huge gigantic waves which is causing lots of damages. Maybe formed due to earthquake, underwater, volcanic eruption underwater, or some meteorite impact or landslides, etc. So the answer for question number 118 is C. Okay. 119. Which of the following statements about the Indian Factory Act passed in 1881 is or are correct? The act dealt primarily with the problem of child labor. The act laid down that children between 7 years and 12 years of age would not work for more than 9 hours a day. So the Indian Factory Act, first Factory Act was in 1881. We had the second Factory Act in 1891. So this first Factory Act, I think it was passed during the time of Ripon. So it was majorly dealing about the problem of child labor. And the act laid down that children between the age 7 years and 12 years of age would not work for more than 9 hours a day. So both the statements are correct. So we can mark the answer option C, both 1 and 2. Next, question number 120. Okay, question number 120. If you look at question number 120, it's regarding Mahatma Gandhi. Which of the following statements about Mahatma Gandhi's anti-untouchability campaign is or are correct? The All India Harijan Sevak Sangh was founded for this purpose. The campaign was to root out untouchability since it did not enjoy the sanction of Hindu sastras. So Mahatma Gandhi, you know that he's a person who worked a lot for Harijans, or he worked for against untouchability. So first statement is correct, 2 is correct, both are correct, both 1 and 2. C is the answer. Question number 121. The founders of the Paramahamsa Mandali, founded in Maharashtra, believed in which one of the following? Social distancing along caste lines, glorification of caste system, okay, glorification of caste system, forbidding widow remarriage, one God, and in breaking caste rules. So Paramahamsa Mandali, you might have heard about the Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. So this Paramahamsa Mandali, it was founded in Maharashtra, and they believed in one God, and they were against the caste system. They were trying to break the caste rules. Okay, it was not glorification of caste system. So in our class, I told you, where if we are having some contradicting statements, most probably the answer will be from those contradicting statements. So you can see B and D are contradicting. B says that it is for the glorification of caste system. D says that it is breaking the caste rules. So the answer should be either B or D. The answer is D. They were believing in one God and they were trying to break the caste rules. Question number 122. Which one of the following statement about the Ishtahars issued during the revolt of 1857 is correct? They glorified the Muslim rule in India. They glorified the coexistence of the different communities under the Mughal Empire. They glorified the message of Islam. They glorified the role of Queen Victoria. Okay, 1857. It's the first revolt against the British. And one of the features of this 18th revolt was the Hindu-Muslim unity. Okay, so anyway, they are not going to glorify the Queen Victoria. They are not going to glorify British. That's for sure. So we can eliminate D. So in 1857 revolt, okay, we were trying to overthrow British rule. So when we are overthrowing British rule in 1857, we should have another ruler, or we should have a way of ruling in India. So what people did was they chose Bahadur Shah II as their ruler once the British were overthrown in 1857. So they were glorifying the coexistence of different communities under the Mughal Empire. Answer is option B. Now, if you look at question number 123, during the Industrial Revolution, who among the following designed the flying shuttle loom? Flying shuttle loom was designed in the Industrial Revolution by John Kay. Option C. Okay, Industrial Revolution, it happened in 1750s in Britain first, in UK first. So war, which led to the strengthening of Britain. 124. Match the following: dam and state. Okay, dam and state. Hirakud, Panchet, Kosi, Ukai are the dams. State: Gujarat, Bihar, Odisha, Jharkhand are the states. So you must have an idea. Hirakud Dam. Okay, Hirakud Dam, Panchet Dam, Kosi, Ukai. So Hirakud Dam is you must be knowing which river, Mahanadi River. So it must be Odisha. So A must be marked to 3. So answer should be either A or B. Okay, answer must be either A or B. And Kosi Dam. Okay, Kosi Dam, you must be having an idea. So Kosi Dam, Kosi River, you might have heard about the Kosi River. So Kosi River is known as the sorrow of Bihar. So Kosi Dam will be in Bihar. So C is 2. So if you get these 2, you can mark the answer as A. So Hirakud is in Odisha. Kosi is in Bihar. Panjat is in Jharkhand, and Ukai is in Gujarat. Ukai is the second largest dam in Gujarat after the Sardar Sarovar Dam. 125. Which one of the following features is the result of erosion and deposition work of river? Pothole, Oxbow Lake, levee, rapid. Erosion and deposition. Pothole is an erosion only. Levee, we have deposition. Rapid, we have erosion only. Oxbow Lake, it is formed from the meanders. Okay, in meandering, we have both erosion and deposition happening. So 125, the answer is B, Oxbow Lake, that is erosion and deposition happening. 126. Which one of the following is not a feature of agriculture in India? Subsistence agriculture, pressure of population agriculture, dependence upon monsoon, predominance of cash crops. Okay, India, you know that more than 40% of the Indian population is depending upon agriculture. Subsistence agriculture means we are producing only for our usage. We are not selling it outside. You know, in most of your people home also will be having small form of agriculture, maybe some chili, maybe some small vegetables. You are taking it for your own usage, you're not selling it. So subsistence agriculture is present in India. Population, pressure of population is obviously there in the agriculture in India. And we are monsoon dependent agriculture. We are largely depending upon the rainfall or monsoon season. That is also correct. We don't have the predominance of cash crops. Okay, cash crops which are for the profit motive, we are not having the predominance over there. So D is the correct answer. 127, which one of the following is not a specified submission of the National Livestock Mission? So we have a National Livestock Mission to improve the livestock or the cattle or the poultries and the other animal breeding in India. So which one of the following is not a submission? Livestock development is there, pig development is there, fodder and feed development is there, skill development, technology transfer extension is not there. 128. Who among the following wrote the famous text, A Discourse on Political Economy? We will see who wrote the book, A Discourse on Political Economy. It was written by Rousseau, the French philosopher Rousseau. 129. Which of the following statement about the resolution adopted in Karachi session of the International Congress with regard to fundamental rights? With regard to fundamental rights and economic policy is or are correct. It was opposed by Ambalal Sarabhai. Its 20 points include demand for civil liberties and adult suffrage. So during the time of this civil disobedience movement, we had the Karachi session of 1931, just before that. So in which we passed the resolution for fundamental rights and national economic program. It was not opposed by Amalal Sarabhai. It contained 20 points for civil liberties and adult suffrage. The answer is 2 only. Question number 130. Which of the following statements about the Law Commission headed by Lord Macaulay is or are correct? It attempted to codify the laws. It was opposed to uniform system of courts. Select the correct answer using the code given below. 1 only, 2 only, both 1 and 2, neither 1 nor 2. So, in the Law Commission by Lord Macaulay, it attempted to codify laws and it did not oppose the uniform system of courts. Okay, it was supporting the uniform system of courts. So, answer is A, 1 only. So, these are the NDA questions which appeared from the topics of history, geography, polity, current affairs, etc. So, the questions, GAT questions seems to be comparatively easy because the UPC strictly followed the pattern which they were generally using for the past few years. So those who have followed that pattern and studied accordingly, or those who attended our daily classes, I think from the geography and all, most of the questions are directly from the class or class notes. So I think you people must have performed well. So we will hope for good results. So thank you. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us have discussion about and key answers about the NDA paper. Okay. I hope that you guys have written well. Fine. Let us see. Let us have the key answers. First question. Let me go first question first. I'll repeat the question twice because you can understand. You can clearly understand. That's why girth of a stem of a plant increases due to division of cells in option A, apical meristem only, option B, lateral meristem, option C, apical and intercalary meristem, option D, both apical and lateral meristem. So girth of stem, girth means thickness of a stem of a plant. Already same thing last classes I have told. Meristematic tissue means the tissue, the cell which is having the ability to divide, and it has divided into apical meristem, lateral meristem, intercalary meristem. Apical meristem is present at the tip of the root as well as tip of the stem. That is apical meristem. Okay. And lateral meristem, which is present at the side. We know that this lateral meristem helps in increasing the thickness, increasing the breadth of the width of the plant stem. Then coming intercalary meristem, they are present at the internodes, nodes, and at the base of the leaf, we'll be having intercalary meristem. So the question is, girth of stem of a plant increases due to girth. Thickness, width increases due to the option B. The answer is option B, is due to the lateral meristem only. Okay. Let us go for next question. Next question is, which one of the following statement about biodiversity is not correct? Which one of the following statement about biodiversity is not correct? You should choose the option which is incorrect. See, if I'm saying about biodiversity, we know that biodiversity, varieties of species, genus living on this earth. We know, okay? So, first option, the term biodiversity was coined by Walter Rosen in 1986. Yes, that's the correct of A is correct. That B, the term biodiversity hotspots was coined by Norman Mayers in 1988. Yes, it's correct. C, the regions having richest biodiversity are called biodiversity hotspots. Yes, hotspot means there is a endemism, richness in the species. Okay, that is known as hotspot. That is also correct. Now, option D, more than 100 hotspots of biodiversity are identified in the world. That is the option D is the incorrect. What in world? We are having only 36 hotspots. In India, we are having 4 hotspots. In India, those are Eastern Himalayas, Western Himalayas, Western Ghats, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So the option in question, it is 100 hotspots. We have to select not correct, incorrect. So we are having only 36 hotspot. The option D is the correct answer for this question. Okay, let us go for next question. Third question, how are evergreen plants with woody stems having naked seeds? See, plants, woody stem, the plants is having woody stem and the seeds are naked. So already we have seen in the plant kingdoms, that is gymnosperms. Fine. Let us see what are other options. A, angiosperms. That is the wrong. Angiosperms means the seeds enclosed within a fruit. Okay. Then the B is monocotyledonous. Monocot means single seed, single cotyledon. Example, grasses, palm trees. Okay. C, pteridophytes. If pteridophytes are the vascular plants, which is highly developed vascular plant, where they have xylem as well as phloem tissues, well developed xylem and phloem tissues, and they disperse spores. Okay, now our question is only the plant which is having woody stem and naked seed. So the last option it is left over, that is D. D option is gymnosperms. Okay, this is the option for this. This is the answer for this question. Okay, fourth question. Which one of the following statement about the process of photosynthesis is correct? Which one of the following statement about the, we know that what plants, so we have to select option A. What it is told, chemical energy is converted into light energy. Yes, this is wrong. See, light energy is converted to chemical energy. Okay. Next thing in option B, what it is there, carbon dioxide is oxidized to form carbohydrate. No, carbon dioxide is reduced. So they have given incorrect way. C, water molecule splits into hydrogen and oxygen. Yes, the option C is the correct answer. How, you know, how water molecules splits into hydrogen and oxygen? The water molecule splitted to 4 hydrogen ion plus 4 electrons plus oxygen formation takes place. So the answer is C. Next question. Shoots of plant, that is stem of plant, show upward movement. Upward stem of plant showing which movement they have told already. In upward movement, it can be designated. Shoots of plant show upward movement and it can be designated to be A, negatively phototropic, wrong answer. B, positively chemotropic, wrong answer. C, positively hydrotropic, that is also wrong. And D option is correct. D is negatively geotropic. Stem of a plant, upward movement, it is negatively geotropic. Answer is option D. Then let us see fifth question. Which one of the following tissues is known as basic packing tissue and found in xylem and phloem? Once more I repeat, which one of the following tissues is known as basic packing tissue, which is found in both xylem as well as in phloem. Before going to the options, let us see. We know that xylem and phloem. Xylem means it is a water conducting tissue. Phloem means it is a food conducting tissue. So next point, xylem has been divided into 4 types. One is xylem fibers, xylem parenchyma, xylem tracheids, xylem vessels. Phloem, again phloem also divided into 4 parts, 4 types. One is phloem fibers, phloem parenchyma, sieve tubes, and the last one is companion cells. Okay, so now the question is basic packing, where this xylem and phloem, in which tissue it is present? It is present xylem parenchyma. Parenchyma is main tissue where this parenchyma is present in xylem as well as it is present in phloem. So the B, option B is correct, where the parenchyma, option B is correct. That is parenchyma is present both in xylem as well as in phloem. Okay. Next. Next question, let me go for myopia is a defect in human vision where an image of a, once more, myopia is a defect in human vision where an image of a, see, before going for option, let us see what is myopia. Myopia is also known as short sightedness. Another name for myopia is near-sightedness. Here what happens in myopia, it is a condition in which people can see close objects, near objects, they can see very clearly, and the far objects, it is blur. So myopia is also known as short-sightedness, is also known as near-sightedness. Here, it is a condition where the people can see near objects or close objects clearly, and the far objects, it is blur. Okay. What happens in this myopia? Here there is options about retina. We only discuss about here, focus on retina, because in myopia, the image is formed before retina. So people get confused with the structure of eye. So I'll go a little bit detail for this question. Before retina. So people get confused with lens, retina, sclera, etc. Okay. Keep it in mind that in myopia, the image is formed before retina. Here, what happens? This is eye. In eye, here there is a part of lens. This is lens. Okay. Upon this lens, there is a transparent layer which is above the lens, that is cornea, transparent layer. Okay. And retina, which is inside, which is the layer which is present inside. Okay, this is retina. And the last layer here is sclera. Okay, this is almost normal eye. If you are going to see from cornea, from your lens, whatever the visible goes to your retina, it will strike and the focal length. You can see well. There will be an image formed. Okay, this is a way for normal person. This is the eye, lens. Above the lens there is a cornea. Inside, of course, inside the lens there is a layer that is retina. Retina means which helps in visibility, where the image, where the light is going to pass and strike the surface on the surface of the retina and comes back, and then only there will be an image formed. Okay, this is normal person eye. If there is a person who have caused myopia, what happens? This is the eye. Okay, the lens will be there same, and above the lens there is a transparent structure on lens, that is cornea. Okay, inside the lens there is a retina. Okay, retina, what happens? Whatever the light does not pass onto the surface of retina will go at the middle, or it will go at least 75% inside the retina and comes back, the image gets formed. So that's why we can say that if the light is not passing till retina, then the person is myope. The person will be having a disease that is known as myopia. So the question what they are asking, myopia is a defect in human vision where an image, they have given in option A, nearby object is focused beyond the retina. Wrong. Option B, nearby object is focused before the retina. Then it's wrong. Option C, distant object is focused before the retina. Myopia means distant. We cannot see far objects. So the option C is the correct, where it is distant object is focused before the retina. This is the correct option. Okay, let us see the next question. Here, cornea. Cornea in human eye. Where this cornea is present in a human eye? Cornea is the clear front surface of the eye. It also allows light to enter. It also allows light to enter the eye. And option A, here it is a light sensitive screen. Is a light sensitive screen. This is the correct answer, because option B is the muscular diaphragm. See, muscular diaphragm is present in lungs. Below the lungs, there is a diaphragm which helps in. This diaphragm is the largest muscle which helps in respiration. See, cornea contains blood vessels. That is also wrong, because cornea does not contain blood vessels. There is absence of blood vessels in cornea. So there is easily transplantation can done. And next thing is composed of proteins and cells. Rarely, very rare, it is made up of proteins. So main thing, what is cornea? What is the feature? What is the feature of cornea? Is a light sensitive screen. Option A is the correct answer. Okay. Next question. What is the total number of chambers in the stomach of domestic animals like cattle? So buffalo, goat, sheep, cow. How many chambers are present in their stomach? See, we human beings having single chamber, that is stomach. In stomach, we don't have chambers like heart. We are having only single stomach. But this herbivorous, these cattle, herbivorous means those who eat only plants. These people like cow, goat, sheep, buffalo, they are having in their stomach, they are having 4 chambers. So why there should be a 4 chambers in their stomach? Because they are eating grasses. They eat grass. Grass is the complex food. This, if it is complex food, it require longer time and it require longer digestion process. So for the grass, it requires longer digestion process. God has created them 4 chambers of 4 chambers in their stomach. So the answer is option A. It's 4. Next thing, different varieties of the same gene are called. Okay. Already in genetics, we have studied, we know that gene, a segment, gene, what do you mean by gene? This is a DNA. DNA is a double helix. It is made up of nitrogenous bases. We know that small portion of DNA is known as gene. Okay. Now they are asking different varieties of the same gene are called. So I can say that variations of genes are known as what? It is known as alleles. So the option C is the correct answer. It's allele. Next question. Okay. Which one of the following viruses used to be responsible for highly infectious disease smallpox? Which is the virus causing smallpox? This is the question. That's all. Again, I'm going to read. Which one of the following viruses used to be responsible for highly infectious disease, that is smallpox? Okay, it's the answer is B, variola virus. This is variola. Smallpox means it is contagious, which is communicable, where there is a wound all over our body. So this smallpox is caused by the virus, that is variola virus. Next question. Which one of the following hormones is responsible for development of female sexual characters? Which one of the following hormones is responsible for the development of female sexual characters? Here, which hormone is responsible for the secondary female secondary sexual character? The hormone is estrogen. See, other options are, see, the option B is the correct answer, that is estrogen. Other, whatever, oxytocin, progesterone, almost they help in controlling the menstrual cycle. Okay, we have learned in classes. Here it is not required. Okay, now last question, let me go. Intestinal bacteria or main source of which one of the following vitamins? Once more, intestinal bacteria or main source of which one of the following vitamins? C. It's the answer is option C, that is vitamin B12. Here, intestinal bacteria are formed from the vitamin B12. Okay, this is your answer for this question. Okay, okay. Almost there was almost 11 to 12 questions we have solved. Fine. This is the end of your discussion. Okay, all the best. All the best for your results and God bless you. Be happy. Okay, let me end the class now. Will you share? Okay. Okay. The device used to produce electric current is known as option B, generator. And 68th question, myopia is a defect in human vision where an image, already I have discussed this answer. It is a distant object is focused before the retina, that is C. 69th question, Tyndall effect is a phenomenon of option A, scattering of light by the colloidal particles. 70, twinkling of stars is primarily due to the atmospheric. Option A, it's refraction. Oh, 111th question. Cornea in human eye. I think it's option A, is a light sensitive screen. It's composed of proteins and cells. No, you go for option A, is a light sensitive screen. 112, power of a lens of focal length, that is 25 centimeter, is option C, +4 diopter. 116, spherical mirror formula relating an object distance u, image distance v. Object distance is u and the image distance is v, and the focal length of the mirror is f. Then you should apply what may be applied to a plane mirror. What is the formula you have to apply? What is happening for the plane mirror? The answer is option A, focal length goes to infinity. 117, nuclear energy is generated by it's nuclear fusion. Yeah, nuclear energy means where there is a fission and fusion, bombardment of radioactive particles taking place. So it's the option A, nuclear fission, and its expression was proposed by Einstein. Option A is the answer. 118, reverberation is a phenomenon associated with a, yeah, it is associated with a sound. It is multiple refraction of sound. Option A. 119, which among the following is true for propagation of sound waves? How the sound waves are passing from one place to how it is propagating in air or in vacuum or in water, you are going to see. So it's option B, sound cannot travel in vacuum and it is a longitudinal wave in air. The option is B. Sorry, the answer is B. 120, a tennis ball is thrown in the vertically upward direction and the ball attains a maximum height of 20 meters. The ball was thrown approximately with an upward velocity. Velocity means meter per second. We know that how much it is traveling in the air. So the answer is D, 20 meter per second. 121 question. An object of mass 2000 gram, that is 2 kg. 1 kg equals 1000 grams, then 2000 grams equals 2 kg, possesses 100 joules of energy. See, it is going to produce 100 joules of energy. That is kinetic energy. Kinetic energy means the energy which is in motion. So the object must be moving with a speed of, it's option A, 10 to 0 meter per second is the answer A. Then let me go for 125th question. The unit of the ratio between thrust and impulse is same as that of thrust and impulse unit is we are going to compare almost is same like frequency. Option A, it's frequency. 126th question. Which one of the following figures correctly shows the path of a ray of light through a glass prism? So it's option A. You can see the prism, how the rays are passing, how it is going to refract. If the rays are passing through a glass prism, in what the angle, the angle it is going to refract, that is option A. So 127th question. When a light beam falls on a triangular glass prism, a band of colors is obtained. Which one of the following statement is correct in this regard? Yes, we know that a band of colors, that is Vibgaya kind. Let us see. Option A, it is red light bends the most. Okay, it's wrong. Option B, red light bends the most and refractive index of glass for red light is lowest. It's wrong. And the option C, violet light bends the most, has the refractive index of glass for violet light is greatest. Violet light, it bends more, and the refractive index, N, Refractive index short form is N of glass for violet light is greatest. Okay. Next thing 128. The image of an object formed by a plane mirror. In a plane mirror, how the image of an object is formed? Its answer B, erect, virtual, and same size. It's B. Okay. 129. Which one of the following is not a conservative force? Okay. It's option A, frictional force. 130. A negative work is done when an applied force F. F is applied force, capital F, and the corresponding displacement, the small distance is known as displacement, that we have denoted by S, capital S. What is the answer for it? It's the option C. So option C, that is anti-parallel to each other. Fine. All these questions, the answers I think you have noted down. Fine. Take care. Let me end the discussions. Okay. Fine. Okay. Bye. Take care. Well, okay. See, today there is all the live discussions has been ended. You can go, you can have rest and have a good sleep. Take care. Bye bye.